congratulations to all of you in the mining sector. We are at Kigali Convention Center, in case you didn't know. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. It's been a journey, and I've been tracking and following silently the journey of this sector, especially when celebrating the mining sector through the mining week. And I know of the days when the meetings were held just a day at a hotel somewhere, and people ate and then left. Today, a lot more is happening. And so, felicitatio kuri mwesi. Congratulations. So, I'd like to just give a few house rules. The rules, just duche, not so much, that I'd like you to just follow. One, we are live, and so please let us try to restrict movements. And then when the camera comes to you, smile. Don't hide, unless if you're hiding from your boss and you said you were somewhere else. But when the camera comes, when you see yourself, smile, okay? All right. And then number two, I want us to tweet. Let us push the conversation that is happening in this room to the world to hear. So the Wi-Fi is free. It's KCC. It's already been paid for, so use it as much as you can. Even if you're uploading and updating the apps, remember to also tweet and use the hashtag mining week. Take selfies. I saw someone hiding, taking a picture like this. No, it's Anzure. Take a picture and share it out there and add the hashtag mining week. Let us convey this message to everybody out there. Those rules are just very easy to follow. Save Joe? Here you go. All right, so any moment from now, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, our guest of honor, will be here, and then we'll all be upstanding to receive him and celebrate him for joining us for the second year in a row. So when that time comes, please let us show him some love. Until then, please let's continue engaging each other, but while seated where you are. I'll see you in just a short while. All right, let us all be upstanding to welcome the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Rwanda, Edouard Ngirente, who is our guest of honor. Let us all be upstanding and give him a round of applause as he joins us today for the opening ceremony of the Rwanda Mining Week, running from 4th to the 6th of December 2023. Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you so much for gracing this occasion for a second year in a row. We appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We may all take our seats. Right. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for making time. Thank you for joining us. Earlier on, we were having a small conversation with the teams that are here, and we were celebrating the journey. the journey of the sector in terms of how they've been able to witness a lot of growth in that particular area. And so if you're hearing me or seeing me for the first time and you've been wondering, who's that guy? As always, my name is Eugene Anangwe. Akenshi Vanyita Wujen. So there are people locally here who call me Wujen Anangwe, and I embrace that. Thank you very much. So I think there's a misconception that I'm trying to demystify in this room. Most people, cyangwa abantu benshi bajya bavuga ngo abantu bakora muri sector y'ubucukuzi w'amabuye y'agaciro are usually dirty, they are not, ntabwo basobanutse. Kandi look at this room. Reba ukuntu mukeye. Right Honorable Prime Minister. Nawe undebere, reba ukuntu room abantu bameze neza. You look amazing. And I think we need kuhindura iyo myumvire. Sibyo? And we need to celebrate what we are doing. So thank you very much, all of you, for showing that growth, agachiro, that we all want to show out there, the dignity in the sector. So I want us to kick off our conversations today, and we'll be able to start off by listening to a few people who are very key in this particular program today. And of course, I want us to start off by hearing from the chairman of the Rwanda Mining Association. And when I say chairman, it's December. A lot of us will get that name, chairman, because it's December. And we know when someone calls you chairman, you know what they want. But this is the real chairman of the Rwanda Mining Association. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Malik Kalima as he comes to address us this morning. More energy until he gets here, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Let me maybe start by the language which is very difficult for me. We miners, we have another language, but I will start by saying thank you so much for all, for coming in our event. And I don't have a speech. I want really to share with you this day as a day to celebrate. Miners, bacukuzi, navuze mu kirimi yenda tudakoresha kenshi, nashaka ngo mumfashe tugaragaze ibyishimo byuko ni umunsi wacu, ni umunsi utari wo kuvuga. Harya ka karirimbo tujya dukoresha ngo tuzarwubaka, twararwubatse turacyarwubaka. Mushobora kudufasha ako karirimbo tukakumvisha abadusuye ku munsi wa none. Tuzarwubaka, tuzarwubaka bana b'Abanyarwanda, tuzarwubaka isi yose, tuzarwubaka. Murakoze cyane. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Intebe, banyakubahwa ba Minisitiri, banyakubahwa bahagarariye ibihugu byabo mu Rwanda, banyakubahwa abashyitsi bahire turi kumwe nabo, bacukuzi mwese muri hano, mumfashe dushimire nyakubahwa Premier Ministre uri kumwe natwe kuri uyu mwanya. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Intebe, twebwe turi mu byishimo. Turi mu byishimo bikomeye nk'abacukuzi. Mu by'ukuri turamenyesha ko ari bwo bwa mbere duhuriye hano muri iyi ngoro yitwa Convention Center nk'abacukuzi. Tukaba tuvuye mu rugendo rurerure, tuvuga igihe twatangiye uyu mwuga w'ubucukuzi, hari ibyo twagenda twiyemeza tuvuga ngo niturangiza umwaka tuzahurira ahangaha. Abaza amateka nyakubahwa Prime Minister twatangiriye aho twahuriraga buri mwaka kuko tugira Imana umunsi w'umucukuzi ku rwego rw'isi washyizwe ku itariki ya 4 ukwezi kwa 12. Bigenda bihurirana rero nuko umwaka urangiye. Ubwo nyine tuba twaragize urugendo rurerure kuva kwa mbere kugera mu kwezi kwa 12 aho tugeraho tuvuga ko dushima ibyakozwe mu mwaka, aho duhura ku munsi wa none. Twebwe ntabwo ari umunsi wo kuvuga ibibazo, ni umunsi w'ibyishimo. Mu rugendo rero ubwa mbere twahuriraga ahantu bitaga kuri Le Printemps, abahazi ngira ngo ubu baranahashenye. Tuza kuva kuri Le Printemps tumaze kwisuganyaho gatoya tujya guhurira Kicukiro, icyo cyumba ubanza kitakinabaho. Nyuma aho tuje gukomera tukajya duhurira muri Lemigo. Abavaga mu gihugu hose bumvaga nyine twaciye agahigo. Tuza kwinyara mu isunzu tukajya duhurira muri Serena. Ariko abacukuzi bakavuga ariko iriya convention center tubona harya amaherezo tuzayigeraho. Turavuga reka tubanze dukore, ntabwo tuzajyayo tutarakoze. Turakora nyakubahwa Prime Minister. Byakurikiyeho tuza kugira inkunga, guterwa inkunga na CEO aje atugaragariza ko natwe tugomba kwihesha agaciro umwaka ushize, kuko twatinyaga no gutumira abayobozi cyane kuko ikizere kitari gikomeye cyane. Tukaba dushimira cyane CEO wa Rwanda Mining Board watinyuye umwaka ushize. Turabatumira, muraza mu cyumba cyiza giteguye, abacukuzi barishima. Bishimye nyuma aho tuza kongera turavuga ariko ntabwo duhagararira ahangaha. Turongera turisuganya turavuga noneho umwaka utaha tuzajye muri convention center. Ntabwo tubifata for granted, turabishima cyane. Nkaba nshimira abaterankunga batumye tuza aha kuko nabacukuzi bashyize amafaranga hamwe, turayakusanya ashobora gutuma twakwakirira kwa Premier Ministre ahantu nkaha. Twebwe mu by'ukuri ni ikintu gikomeye cyane. Nkabashimiye rero ababigizemo uruhari kugira ngo tube twahurira hano. Hari byinshi byakozwe nyakubahwa Prime Minister kuva aho mutugiriye inama umwaka ushize tuganira. Hari byinshi mwatugiriyemo inama tukaba twaragiye tubishyira mu bikorwa. Ntabwo nza kubirondora ariko byinshi bigenda bigaragara, aho buri mucukuzi yumvise ko afite agaciro kandi agomba kwihesha agaciro, yewe akaniyubaka mu buryo bushimishije. Uyu mwaka rero hari byinshi, usibye ibiciro byatubereye bibi ku isoko mpuzamahanga kuko mubizi ko atari twe dushyiraho ibiciro, ariko abacukuzi barakomeje. Tunakurikije n'ibibazo byose byagiye bibaho, ariko bagerageje. Nkuko mubizi twari twiyemeje ko uyu mwaka tugomba gutanga imirimo irenze 60,000. Ubu tukaba tugeze ku 72,000 bakora umwuga w'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. Imbogamizi twavuze ko tutaza kuzivuga none. Twe turaza kuvuga gusa ko dushima, ariko dusaba ibintu bibiri gusa: n'ubufatanye n'inzego nk'uko bisanzwe. Ni naho tunashimira cyane nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Intebe ko no kuri uyu munsi wacu mwashoboye kuzana n'abagize guverinoma bamwe dukorana nabo, harimo Minisitiri ushinzwe ibidukikije. Murabizi ko twabayeho imyaka tubana n'abashinzwe ibidukikije mu mwuka utari mwiza cyane, bazi ko ngo twangiza, ariko tugeze ahantu tugera aho tuganira tukaba tubibashimira. Tukaba tunashimira Minisitiri w'ubutegetsi bw'igihugu kuko dukorana kenshi n'inzego z'ibanze. Naho turashima cyane imikoranire. Tukaba rero noneho iby'agahebuzo aho duhura n'ikibazo kigendanye na access kuri finance. Twabonye haje na Minisitiri ushinzwe finance, ndumva aza kumva ibibazo byacu ariko tutaza kuvugira ahangaha, yenda turaza kubona umwanya mu matsinda tuganire, kuko mu mbogamizi tugira nuko tugirirwa icyizere cyo kuba twahabwa imyenda, ko kuba twahabwa agaciro mu bigendanye n'akazi dukora, tukagira access kuri guarantee fund, tukagira access kuri umwenda wa investment, kuko kugeza ubu ngubu twese dufata umwenda uri commercial, ariko ntabwo turagira access ku mwenda twakwita wa investment. Ibyo nibyo bintu bibiri dufite, aho ubundi bindi leta yarabikemuye. Twahoraga tuvuga ibigendanye n'ubumenyi buke, ubu tukaba dufite kaminuza isigaye isohora abana bize, tukaba dufite IPRC isigaye dusohorera abana bize, tukaba turi mu kugenda tubamenyereza umurimo, ku buryo tunateganya no kuzaha n'ibihugu bindi kusaranganya nabo ubumenyi dufite. Tukaba rero hari ibyo twiyemeje kubahiriza amategeko n'amabwiriza, twiyemeze kongera umusaruro, twiyemeje kongera ubumenyi, yewe twiyemeje no kugendana na gahunda ya leta idusaba ko twakongera agaciro ku byo ducukura. Ibyo nabyo biri mu byo tumaze kugeraho, aho twababwiye umwaka ushize ko dufite ahatunganyirizwa gasigereti, tukaba dufite ahatunganyirizwa zahabu. Uyu mwaka naho twageze ahatunganyirizwa ikitwa kolta. Ibindi nabyo biragenda biza, cyane cyane amabuye y'amabengeza agenda aboneka. Twumva uyu mwaka ugiye kuza nabwo niturangiza dushobora kuzabaha raporo ibabwira aho tugejeje ku bigendanye na lithium. Lithium akaba ari kimwe mu byo ducukura kigezweho ku isoko mpuzamahanga. Nkaba rero mbashimira, mbamenyesha yuko abacukuzi bari hano bagerageje kwisuganya, bagenda bareba ukuntu bongera igishoro. Akenshi nk'uko nabivuze, bafata umwenda ubagoye ari uwo wa commercial, ariko ndumva uko ibihe bigenda ari nako ibigo by'imari bigenda byumva ibibazo dufite. Tukaba tutekereza kugira u Rwanda igicumbi cy'ubucuruzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. Nyakubahwa Prime Minister mubidufashije ngira ngo byashoboka, kuko u Rwanda rwujuje ibyangombwa byatuma tugira u Rwanda igicumbi cy'ubucuruzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro, aho ibisabwa byose tubigezeho. Banyakubahwa abayobozi, nkaba ngira ngo mbashimire, ariko nshaka no kubagaragariza yuko tumaze kugera ahantu dufitanye ubufatanye n'ibihugu duturanye ku bigendanye na ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro, aho babona ko dufite icyo tumaze kugeraho bashobora kutwigiraho. Twatumije uhagarariye abacukuzi b'amabuye y'agaciro mu gihugu cya Kenya. My friend from Kenya, I want you to stand up and Dr. Patrick. He's representing the mining sector in private in Kenya. We have my brother from Uganda, who is also representing the sector in Uganda. Can you say hi to the assembly? Thank you. dufite n'uhagarariye abacukuzi b'amabuye y'agaciro mu gihugu cy'u Burundi nawe waje kwifatanya natwe kuri uyu munsi. Uburundi ngira ngo rurimi tuvuga rumwe, mwahaguruka mukaramutsa abari hano. Nkaba muri make ariyo magambo nari mfite ku munsi wa none nyakubahwa Prime Minister, ariko nongera kubashimira cyane uruhari mukomeje kutugaragariza rwo kudushyigikira, kandi natwe turabemerera ko tutazabatenguha, ibyo mudusaba gukora tuzabyubahiriza, kandi ndabivuga mu izina ry'abacukuzi bakora umwuga w'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. Nkaba mbashimiye. Eugene will help me maybe to translate in a short words what I've said. Thank you.
Amashi menshi kuri Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, for those great remarks. Of course, he mentioned today is a celebratory day, and of course celebrating the journey and the success within the sector. And of course he mentioned the progress, that there's been a lot of progress that has been made within this particular sector. And of course it is something that miners are even proud of and are actually carrying out their duties with pride, with a lot of pride, agachiro, you know, and that is something that is very great for us to celebrate. And of course, the sector has become one of the sectors that is offering job opportunities. And of course, we know the challenge of jobs in terms of job creation, and there was a target of around 30,000, and today we are looking at 70,000 jobs in terms of the sector, in terms of the employment that the sector has created. A lot of efforts being done to reduce you know, the environment degradation, and this is something we'll talk a bit about, and we want to appreciate those efforts in that area. Access to finance. Those in the room that are within the financing space, we need to have a great talk on how do we finance this sector, because they've done so much on their own. And what if we financed them? How much more will they be able to achieve? And Chairman mentioned that there's need to finance the sector, especially investment financing. That's something that we need to look at. Now, we are looking at the aspect of capacity building, which is also happening, and there's actually a school that is actually dealing with that in terms of mining and geology, and there are students who are coming from there to be able to support Kubumenyi. Kubumenyi is Ubuhanga. Ubuhanga is what? Is knowledge. That's what we're talking about. And of course, that's why we are saying embracing technology. We'll not embrace technology without the knowledge. And there's a school that is dealing with that. And that is what is bringing me to the next speaker. Chairman, did I represent you well? Yeah? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And there's more that he said. And of course, I want us now to look into the aspect of the capacity building that Chairman spoke about. And we have the School of Mining and Geology, College of Sciences and Technology at the University of Rwanda. This particular space is where we are seeing a lot of capacity building happening. And I want us now to put our hands together to hear a testimony from a graduate who's actually now a female geologist sitting with us here in this room today. Very young lady. And I want us to try and appreciate her as she comes to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, Hurunain Iradukunda. Let's put our hands together for her until she gets here to speak to us about her own experience as a young geologist here in Rwanda.
Thank you, Anangwe. Honorable Prime Minister, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, good morning. I'm by the names of Iradukunda Hurain. I'm a girl of 25 years old. I'm a proud mine geologist. Allow me to start thanking Mining Week organizers who give me this platform of sharing you my testimony, and it's going to take into account three main parts. And number first is going to be about education. Second is going to be about my working experience. And the third one is going to take into account the ambitions and my future. Allow me to start telling you that to the first part, that I never thought that I'm going to be a geologist. Do you know that I have been dreaming to be a pharmacist, but I ended up loving to be a geologist. It drove me to join sciences, and you can't imagine how I liked studying sciences, specifically physics, mathematics, and chemistry. It was hard for female. It was really hard for us. You can't imagine how I like that, unless you know that I've been studying in a class of only 2 students until I ended up in university. So I've been awarded a government scholarship in applied geology, School of Mining and Geology, University of Rwanda, and I'm very proud that you've been giving me the knowledge. And from that, now I'm a geologist in Trinity Metals, Nyakabingo Mine. Backing to that, to the education process, I didn't like it by the first days. I didn't like geology. But you don't know how I've been feeling it and enjoying it as we go deep in core of geology, until we learned earth formation, structures, identification of rocks and minerals. I really have enjoyed it, and I've seen the importance of geology in the mining sector, and now it is impactful in countrywide and even worldwide. So, going to the next part of working experience, I'm working, as I have mentioned, as a mine geologist in Trinity Metals, Nyakabingo Mine, Rwanda primarily tungsten producer. I'm very proud to work there as a mine geologist. I'm really not ashamed to mention that they've been raising me in 3 different ways. There are so many ways that they raised me up in, but let me mention only 3. One is that they've been exposing to me different experts with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of experience in mine, and then they also have been bringing me in front a software that helped me to feel confident while I'm guiding the miners. And you can't imagine that our miners are not working with geologists. We are now connected together. That's why we are mining the right positions, and now the production has been picked up until we reach to even over 90 tons of tungsten. Unbelievable. Allow me to go to the third part, which is ambitions. I found myself as an idea developer, and now I've been developing 5 different project proposals. Allow me to take you through it shortly, but if you feel confused, I'm here to give you the details. Firstly, when I was still learning in this particular event, it was 3rd Mining Week, I developed a project, namely volcanic detections and impacts to solutions. At that time, we were in a period where we felt the shocks of Nyiragongo, and I've been presenting my model of Nyiragongo. It was really erupting. It gave the details, and they loved it. It was really vibrating. I liked that even. And then it was there just to alert and make assessment of the hazard towards preparing how we can avoid the impacts, or how we can be prepared to the hazard, because hazard is nature, but then we need to be prepared from Rwanda mining sector, to which we need to prepare ourselves towards that hazard. Allow me to go to the second project, which was Geoheritage lies behind the majesty of Rwanda, mountain, hilly country. it was really geoheritage lies behind this beautiful country. I'm very sure that we have geology features to expose out, aren't we? We have our volcanoes. I would like to tell RMB that we can introduce another package regarding the geology behind the volcanoes, in which they are unique compared to the other volcanoes worldwide. Allow me to go to the third idea that I have developed. It was investigation on using shale in cement making. And I was awarded it. I've got 1 million. Now I'm a millionaire from it was happened in our internal program, which is namely Business Improvement Idea. I'm proud that my CEO is here. He was actually giving me a certificate and recognition. Thank you. But I wanted us to know that even our waste rock are going to be the raw materials in other sectors. Exemplary, this is going to affect mine positively because we are going to sell out what we call waste rock. And of course, on cement industries, they are going to find the raw material inside the country rather than importing the materials. Allow me to go to the fourth idea. I've been developing Rwanda mining tourism in mined-out mines. So this is here just to show you that mining activities has been occurring even since 1930s. There are some people who don't know even that we are mining in Rwanda. There are, but we need to show up the mining activities. We need to show the tourists that we've been mining even before, and we came from the primary stage, now we are advancing. So that's why it is there. RDB, please approach me and I give you the ideas of tourism. And now I'm on a project that is going to affect the mining industry. Allow me to talk this loudly. This is a project titled as Mining Equipment Store to local investors. Like, there are some people who are there to invest in the mines, but they are not having a lot of a capital. But RMB, or Rwanda Mining Association, are there just to have those equipments and then lend to them, and then after getting more production, because it's anticipated, and safety, then they're going to pay back. Please think about that. I think the miners are here. They really need machines. They really need everything. So now allow me to go to the last part of my speech. I'm really wanting you to go with 3 or 4 typical takeaways. One is that I would like to encourage my fellow colleagues in the next promotion that they should fetch this knowledge hungrily, because there are money in. So we're gonna be rich. Please send my message to them if lecturers are here. So we are going to be rich by this geology and mining skills. So the sectors is going to be advanced, it's going to give us knowledge, and we are going to be sent outside, as you have mentioned. And then allow me to recommend locals and internationals to generate, international investors, to generate opportunities to my fellow colleagues, all the generations. They are there, they have skills from School of Mining and Geology. They want to use their skills towards development of this mining industry. And then I would like to tell the RMB, Rwanda Mining Association, and also other company to put in consideration those kind of initiations or some projects which we are talking about, in which they are going to impact the society. Thank you very much.
We need to appreciate her even more. That was so inspirational. At 25 years, what were you doing? Good job. Keep it up. I think the today of Rwanda and the future of Rwanda is youthful. And I think we all agree on that. So well done for that. And of course, I think she also mentions the power of mentorship. Very important. Don't just climb the ladder of success alone. And you grow together. We win big when we win together. Congratulations on that. Now, we've heard from the young geologist. Let's now hear some testimonies of the players in the sector, those who've been there for years. What have they been getting out of it in terms of the profitability and, of course, the sector at large? And I want to call upon an owner of 3 mining concessions. He has 3 of them. And of course, one of them is in Ngororero district, Rutsiro, and Rwamagana district. And of course, 2 of his mines are among the top 10 highest cassiterite and coltan producers. This is a man you need to listen to. And of course, he's also been in the sector since 2010. And there's one thing he'll also tell you. If you've been having theft cases within your concessions or even in life in general, he has a trick that he used within his concessions. And today, he is a happy man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring on stage Menahende, Amiel. All of us know Shuni. Shuni Muramuzi. Amashimenshi Kuri Shuni. Let's appreciate him as he comes to share with us his testimony as a person. Let's give him more and more until he gets here. Come, yes.
Nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Intebe, nitwa Mpendahende Amiel bazi ku izina rya Shuni, nkaba mvuka mu karere ka Ngororero, umurenge wa Muhanda, kagari ka Rutagara. Nyakubahwa Muyobozi, natangiye ubucukuzi 2010, no kuvuga ko maze imyaka 13. Nkaba mfite kampani 3, Prime Mining ikorera mu karere ka Ngororero na Rutsiro, nkagira NR Mining ikorera mu karere ka Ngororero, nkagira MMB Mining ikorera mu karere ka Rwamagana. Izo kampani zose mfite abakozi bagera mu 1000. Nkaba mbona umusaruro ungana na toni 24 mu kwezi. Nyakubahwa, ikimpagurukije no gushima aho hantu Ngororero mvuka, kera nkiri umwana ndagira ihene, hakoreraga abazungu, najya kuragira ihene bakatwirukaho ngo ntitugeze mu birombe byabo. Ariko ndashimira leta y'ubumwe ko aho hantu ncukura ari aho abazungu banyirukankanaga. Muri icyo gihe nta munyarwanda cyangwa umwirabura wabashaga kubona ikirombe, byari by'abazungu gusa. Ariko ndashima ko aba bicaye ahangaha abenshi n'abanyarwanda. Mwarakoze. Maze kubona rero ibyo birombe, nanjye narishimye. Nta mukuru wanjye, nta murumuna wanjye, nta data wacu, ubaza no mu gisekuru cya 5, nta waboneka wari uri mu buyobozi kugira ngo wenda byitwe ngo nagihawe kubera umuryango mfite mu buyobozi. Ariko barebye ubushobozi bakima, batitaye ngo urinde. Ndashima cyane. Ikindi ndashimira abayobozi ba RMB batubaye hafi, bakatugira inama, bakaduha imusa, tugacukura bakadusura. Ariko hari n'akandi kantu mbashimira, nkunda gukoresha intambi, saba uruhusa rwo kujya gutumiza intambi muri Kenya nzana ikamyo y'intambi zibikwa mu Kamira, ariko bampona ubusa byihuse nkazibonera ku gihe. Nyakubahwa ndongenda gutumye unshimira abasirikare ingabo z'u Rwanda twari tuzi ko arabo kurwana n'umwanzi gusa, ariko nabo badufasha mu bikorwa by'iterambere, kuko nkoresha intambi buri cyumweru, mu cyumweru nkoramo kabiri, nkora kuwa kabiri no kuwa gatanu, ariko igihe mbashakiye ndababona, kuko dukoresha ibiturika ntitwajyana turi abasivili gusa, ariko mbabonera igihe nshakiye, bakigwa bakinana n'abacukuzi bakishima, nanjye ubwanjye bikandenga. Ndagutumye ubanshimire nabo ubanshimire, ubambwira uti icyo kinyabupfura n'umurava muzagikomeze mu iterambere ry'igihugu cyacu. Nanone hari ikindi, nkimara kubona ibyo byose leta inkoreye, nange naravuze ngo nzabafasha mu iterambere ry'akarere, uko akarere kajya guhiga imihigo na nyakubahwa Perezida wa Repubulika, nange naravuze ngo nzajya mbafasha kuyihigura. Iyo mihigo rero narahiguye kandi ndacyakomeje. Natangiye abaturage, noroje abaturage inka 420 maze kubaha. Ntangira abaturage mituweli buri mwaka 500 ba buri mwaka. Ikindi muri ibi biza byabaye mu minsi yashize, nubatse ibiraro 2 Ngororero, kandi byari byaracitse bitakiri nyabagendwa, ariko biragendwa. Nubatse amashuri y'ibyumba 2 by'abana b'incuke, nta byari bihari, ariko narabitangije abana biwacu aho mvuka bariga. Nubakiye abatishoboye amazu 2, nyavana hasi nyasiga irangi mbashyiramo n'intebe, ubu baratuye neza. Nanone muri birabiza byabaye, akarere kiyemeje kubakira abatishoboye batwawe n'ibiza, ariko narababwiye ngo mushaka amazu 10, ngewe ndayasakara. Ayo mazu narasakaye, nkoresha amabati 300, nsakara inzu 10, inzu imwe yari ihwanye n'amabati 30. Bityo ariko hari akandi kantu naje gukora keza kandi kangira akamaro. Nkimara kubona ibyo birombe, nahamagaye abantu bavuka aho ngaho, hari harimo n'abajura aribo bamwe bitwa ngo nabahevyi, ndabahamagara muza tujya inama. Mbonye ibirombe ndi umwana w'iwanyu mbigoboteye mu maboko y'abazungu, muze tujya inama ibi birombe tubikore mwese mubeho. Nibo bakora mu birombe byanjye bakumva ko ari ibyabo, ubu nta mujura ngira mu kirombe cyanjye. Ikindi nari ndi gushima, ikindi noneho ndi gusaba, cyangwa se ni icyifuzo. Icyifuzo ni cy'abacukuzi twese muri rusange. Dufite ikibazo cy'amafaranga muri banke, nta mucukuzi bahereza amafaranga ngo agiye gucukura, ahubwo ni ukuvuga ngo twe turagenda tukayaguza ngo tugiye kubaka, cyangwa tugiye guhinga, cyangwa se tugiye gucuruza, warangiza ukayanyombokana ukayajyana muri bwa bucukuzi, ariko ntabwo bemera kuduha amafaranga ngo nagagiye mu bucukuzi. Twagiraga ngo icyo cyifuzo nacyo muzakiganireho n'abayobozi b'amabanke batwizere nk'abacukuzi. Uwareba hano imbere yabona ko turi abagabo basobanutse. Ikindi nanone cya kabiri cy'icyifuzo, dutumiza intambi hanze bikatugora kuzizana, zimwe zigatinda mu nzira, n'amadepansi yo kuzizana akaba maremare, ariko twifuzaga ko mugiye inama n'ababishinzwe bakazana icyicaro hano mu gihugu, tukaya tuzifatira hano byihuse, byatworohera. Murakoze, ijambo ryari iryo. Imana ibahe umugisha.
Oh, when I grow up, I think I'm leaving media. I know where to go, where the money is. Thank you so much, Mr. Amiel, for that, aka Mr. Shudni. Thank you for highlighting that. I'll just give some quick highlights for those who might have missed out on the areas that he says. 13 years of transformation, that's what he's been doing. He's transformed communities. He's employed over 1,000 today within his concessions. And of course, a lesson we're picking from him is never give up. Fortune might turn. Where he was being kicked out, today he's a proud owner of that particular place. So keep your head up, never give up. But also when you make it, don't just eat alone. Don't just celebrate alone. He has been able to transform his community through giving out 420 cows. So if there's a cow that ate your maize plantation, maybe it's one of those 420. But well done on that. And annually, 500 people are getting the medical insurance in that sense. 2 dispensaries, schools, 2 houses for the poor. And of course, all this is happening courtesy of the sector. Thank you very much for that. And of course, that idea of abajura, I think we can borrow from that. You can transform them and give them a new lease of life. And I think that is what he did. If you think those stories are inspirational, there's one last one, which will actually inspire you even more. If it doesn't, I'm not coming back on this stage. And this is a story of none other than Vestine Kamugwera, and she's the owner of GMDC in Nyarugenge district, and she's actually among the first women who actually got into the mining sector at the age of 21 years old. She started in 1996, and she's the 3rd producer of Wolfram. Let's appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes.
Nyakubahwa Minisitiri w'Intebe, banyacyubahiro mwese muteraniye hano mu izina rya kampani GMDC, ndabashuhuje muri aho mwese. Nje uhagaze hano nitwa Kamugwera Vestina, ndi umubyeyi. Natinyutse umurimo w'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro mu 1996. Nari umukobwa w'imyaka 21. Urumva ko mu bucukuzi mumaze imyaka irenga 20. N'urugendo rero tavuga mu mwanya turi aha ngaha, ariko ndavuga mu ncamake. Ndabanza gushimira Perezida wa Repubulika watinyuye umugore, akumva ko abagore bashoboye, akumva ko abagore bazi gukora, aricyo cyatumye ninjira mu mwuga w'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. Ari mfite intego n'icyo nshaka, ari nacyo cyatumye mbungubu mureba uhagaze imbere yanyu. Ntangira uwo murimo w'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro, natangiye ncukura Wolfram, ikiro kigura amafaranga 60. Ntangirana n'abakozi 20. Ku bigo twacukuraga ibiro 600 cyangwa se toni ku kwezi. Ariko bigeze mu mwaka wa 2014, kubera kubana na basaza bacu bagiye baduhugura, badushakira amahugurwa mu bihugu byo hanze, ndetse igihugu cyemera kunyohereza hanze kwihugura mu bintu bijyanye n'ubucukuzi. Aho ngarukiye batwigisha gukora ubucukuzi bw'umwuga. Kampani yitwa GMDC mwumva mu mateka yabyawe na koperative Kodemibu, aho yakoreraga ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro mu karere ka Nyarugenge, umurenge wa Mageragere. Tumaze gukora ubucukuzi bw'umwuga, twabutangiye turi abakozi 34, ducukura toni 2 ku kwezi. Aho icyo gihe umudamu bamuhaga uruhushya rw'imyaka 2, ariko tumaze kubwinjiramo twakoze ibishoboka byose, kuko twari tuzi icyo dushaka naho dushaka kugera. Nje nk'umudamu bamuha uruhushya rw'imyaka 10, ibyo ndabibashimiye Nyakubahwa Perezida. GMDC imaze kujyaho muri 2014, yakoze ishoramari iva mu bucukuzi bwa gakondo yinjira mu bucukuzi bw'umwuga. aho yakoresheje imashini zikoreshwa n'amashanyarazi, itangira guca amatanu afite meziri ziri kuri gahunda, ica amatanu agera ku 8, mu gihe Kodemebu yari ifite itani imwe yonyine, nabwo kuyijyamo byari ikibazo. Murumva ko umugore ari ku isonga mu iterambere. Geologist ibyo byonyine yakoze, imaze yatangiye ifite abakozi 35, ariko ubu igeze mu bakozi 450, harimo abagore 50, kandi dufite intego yo kuzamura umugore kugira ngo tugere kuri 30% igihugu cyifuza. Geologist yavuye kuri tone 2, ubu aho ifite abakozi 450, ibasha gucukura toni 12 ku kwezi. Ibyo byose kubigeraho nyakubahwa Minisitiri byatewe n'imiyoborere myiza. Basaza bacu bagiye batwegera kandi natwe turabumvira. Mwarakoze cyane, turabibashimira. Geologist mu iterambere, abo bakozi 450 bafite ubwishingizi, bishyura teperi, bafite asiransi. Twabashije kujya muri ejo heza kugira ngo tutazasaza dusaba abo twabyaye. Ibyo byose twagiye tubigeraho kubera imiyoborere myiza. Geologist ntago yibanze mu bucukuzi gusa, yagiye iteza imbere umurenge ikoreramo, aho twubatse ibyumba bigera kuri 50 mu karere ka Nyarugenge, mu mirenge itandukanye, ibyumba by'amashuri. Geologist yasanze akagari dukoreramo ka Runzenzi katagira aho gakorera. Yabashije kubaka akagari aho babasha kwakirira abantu baje bafite ibibazo babagana. Ako kagari kubatswe na Geologist. Geologist ni imwe yinjiza umusaruro mwinshi wa Wolfram, aho ifite umwanya wa 3 mu rwego rw'igihugu, aho yinjiza Wolfram nyinshi. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri, Geologist saho gusa yagarukiye, yagiye yubakira abatishoboye imiryango igera ku 10. Ubu ngubu ni imiryango ituye heza, yabashije gukurwa mu manegeka, bikozwe na Geologist. Geologist yakomeje intego yayo yo guteza imbere Abanyarwanda n'igihugu muri rusange, aho yahawe icyangombwa n'ubuyobozi bw'umujyi wa Kigali bwo kubaka ishuri by'umwihariko rizakira abana 800 b'abanyeshuri. Geologist muri ayo matanu twanze kugumya konona ibidukikije, turareba dusanga ntago twabona amashyamba, kugeza ubwo amatanu yacu ategeshwa amabuye n'umucanga kugira ngo amashyamba tudakomeza kuyonona, dore ko n'iryo shyamba ritaboneka twahora dukuramo ibiti byo kubakira amatanu yacu. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri, soza ndashimira muri rusange abayobozi b'urwego rw'igihugu bakanguriye umugore kwinjira mu mwuga w'ubucukuzi, ari nayo mpamvu mu ndebe uku nguku ndi umucukuzi kandi ubikora neza, wabashije guteza imbere Abanyarwanda n'igihugu muri rusange. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri, abantu bari bazi ko umugore atabasha ubucukuzi, nyamara kuko twari dufite intego, dufite n'icyo dushaka kandi twabigezeho. Twagira ngo rero dusabe mudufashe, aho hose twahageze ku mbaraga zacu, ariko turamutse tubonye ibigo by'imari byabasha kudushyigikira bikaduha inguzanyo, umusaruro warushaho kwiyongera, u Rwanda rukagira iterambere riri hejuru. Kandi ibyo nimutuvuganira bizatugeza kure tutatekereza. Nyakubahwa Minisitiri, umugore mu iterambere arashoboye. Muri urwo rugendo rw'imyaka irenga 25, ni njyewe watangije ubucukuzi mu gihugu cy'u Rwanda ndi umukobwa. Ubu rero ndi umubyeyi. Murumva ko nagerageje, ariko cyane mbikomora ku buyobozi bwiza. Murakoze.
Tumukomera Mashimenshi, please let's appreciate her. Hururaini, our first presenter, you are on the right track. You've heard from her. She started when she was 25. And we heard from you, actually she was 21, and you're in at 25. That's really good. You can make it. And so at this particular point, I want us to appreciate all the initial speakers, and of course, I want us now to get into the next phase of the remarks. And at this particular point, I want us to put our hands together to appreciate the pilot in this particular case when it comes to the board of Rwanda Mines, Petroleum and Gas, and she is none other than Ambassador Yamina Karitanya. Let's appreciate her as she comes to give us her opening remarks this morning.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, we extend a warm welcome to you this morning. And allow me to recognize the presence of honorable ministers present here, honorable members of parliament, excellencies, ambassadors, and high commissioners, our esteemed Rwanda Mining Board board members, the chair of the Rwanda Mining Association, the chair of the Kenya Chamber of Mines, Karibuni Sana, chair of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, le président de la Chambre sectorielle des mines et carrières du Burundi, Rakazaneza, delegates from the African Minerals Development Center, heads of institutions, representatives of international organizations accredited to Rwanda, members of mining and quarry industries, ari mwebwe abacukuzi bacu, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is with pleasure that I welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 6th edition of Rwanda Mining Week as we join the world to celebrate Mining Day. Rwanda Mining Week has evolved, as we heard from the chair, to serve as a prime platform that creates space for industry players and stakeholders to foster networking, partnerships, and collaboration. The week promises to offer full insight into the transformative journey our extractive industry has embarked on. And as we gather under the theme of embracing technology, investment, and responsible mining, we are reminded of the potential Rwanda mining sector holds. And this theme aptly speaks to the ongoing efforts to professionalize the sector. A keen focus of the mining value chain with investment in mineral exploration, extraction, processing, and refining is essential in order to enhance efficiency, productivity, improve safety, and indeed environmental standards. Digitalization and technology applications are also being promoted to improve regulatory requirements, including financial management, tax procedures, human resources management, data access and reporting, and all aimed to further improve transparency and compliance within the sector. Distinguished guests, Rwanda has positioned itself as an ideal mining investment destination, thanks to the investor-friendly ecosystem, competitive legal and regulatory framework, transparent policies, and a steadfast commitment to health, safety, and environmental standards. The sector is on track to achieve $1 billion in revenue from export. The first 9 months of 2023 saw a remarkable increase in the production of tin, tantalum, tungsten, gold, lithium, and gemstones, generating a 45.6% increase in mineral export earnings as compared to last year. This growth, with earnings reaching $851 million compared to last year's $584 million, indicates that the mining sector is poised to continue its upward trajectory. And in the last 2 years, the mining revenue scheme has allocated 2 billion Rwandan francs to 8 districts. In 2022, mining contributed 27.7 billion Rwandan francs to Treasury. And in alignment with the country's vision for mining, Rwanda Mining Board has embarked on a 3-year mineral exploration campaign into previously identified 52 potential targeted areas to determine the mineral inferred resources, further clarifying the quantity and quality of our resources, and this will further guide the targeted promotion of the mineral value chain and significantly increase investment. But to achieve this, we call on all stakeholders, partners, and mining industry players to continue fostering more strategic partnership in order to contribute to the sector's growth. We need a robust mining sector, which will play its rightful role in contributing to Rwanda's economic growth. Our aspiration as a nation must be matched with the dedication to exponentially grow this sector. And as we celebrate the achievements, we must acknowledge that in both regulation and compliance, challenges remain. We must face them so that next year we can be proud to meet again, counting the successes, which will greatly impact a larger segment of our communities, your bank accounts, and indeed our national treasury. In closing, let me express my sincere appreciations to all of you, organizers, sponsors, and participants who have contributed to today's event. By'umwihariko, nagira ngo nshimire sosiyete n'amakoperative by'Abanyarwanda uruhare bigira mu bikorwa by'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. Izi sosiyete n'amakoperative biri kugerageza gushyira ingufu mu gukoresha ibikoresho bigezweho no gutanga akazi ndetse no kugira uruhare mu mibereho myiza y'abaturiye ibikorwa by'ubucukuzi. Ibi bigaragazwa n'uburyo mu gihembwe gishize umusaruro wabo wageze ku kigero cya 76% by'umusaruro wose w'ubucukuzi mu gihugu. Ibi birashimishije cyane. Kugira ngo iyi ntambwe igere ku rundi rwego rwisumbiyeho, turabakangurira gukomeza gukora ibishoboka byose ngo mine zacu zicukurwe kinyamwuga, zitanga umusaruro ukwiye, zirengera umutekano n'ubuzima bw'abakozi ndetse binarengera ibidukikije. Turabashimira rero kandi dukomeze tugire umunsi mwiza, murakoze cyane.
We can appreciate CEO much better. Thank you. It is now my distinct honor and privilege to invite to the stage our guest of honor today to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be upstanding and appreciate the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Rwanda, Edward Ngirente.
Thank you, thank you. Mwaramutse mwese. Senior government officials, members of diplomatic corps, partners in the mining sector, members of mining industries, distinguished guests, a very good morning. As you know, it has been a tradition for us, the government of Rwanda, to dedicate an entire week each year to engage in a conversation with actors in the mining sector to discuss all aspects related to mining, be it challenges, opportunities, or any other pertinent topic. And we always align this week with the celebration of International Mining Day. In this regard, as you remember, around this time last year, we were celebrating the same event together. Therefore, I am happy to be back and join you in this important event as we launch the 6th edition of Rwanda Mining Week. So let us continue our conversation to ensure that the mining activities are transformed in a more sustainable manner. The transformation of the mining activities is a priority for the government of Rwanda. This is mainly due to their impact on the social and environmental systems, particularly in traditional mining, if the traditional mining practices persists. I note with satisfaction the theme of this year Mining Week, embracing technology, investment, and responsible mining. We need to highlight that responsible mining. It highlights the position of mining industry in responding to the government's target of transforming the sector as one of the key pillars of Rwanda's economic growth and development. I am confident that through insightful discussions and activities featured in this week, participants will be able to explore Rwanda's mining opportunities. Distinguished guests, our national strategy for transformation sets an ambitious target for the mining sector to become a $1.5 billion industry by 2024. We recognize the potential in the mining industry, and we believe that this sector should be our country's economic backbone, especially in revenue generation and job creation. But achieving it requires a concerted effort to enhance compliance with industry standards by all actors, investing in cutting-edge technologies, and give a priority to human capital development. The government of Rwanda is aware of the challenges the mining sector is facing and is taking several priority interventions to address them. These interventions include engaging both local and international financial institutions to enable access to mining and processing equipment and mineral trade financing. Additionally, extensive mineral exploration works are ongoing to determine the mineral reserve estimates to pitch the potential investment in the sector. Mineral resources data will mobilize strategic mining investment. This will be also important to address the challenge of access to finance. Moreover, the government is exploring viable solutions to support mines development to ensure increased production, safety, and environmental conservation. These interventions will complement efforts aimed at diversifying the mineral portfolio to incorporate emerging resources like lithium and rare earth elements. These critical minerals will complement the extraction of conventional minerals like tin, tantalum, tungsten, gold, and gemstones. By taking these steps, the government of Rwanda is committed to promoting the growth of mining sector and unlocking its full potential. Distinguished guests, as I mentioned in the previous edition of Mining Week, I would like to reiterate the three key messages. First, I continue to encourage mining operators to comply with laws, regulations, and standards governing the mining sector. The government of Rwanda will continue to exercising a regular and holistic review of compliance with the standards. These include preventing illegal mining, mine devastation, environmental damages, and ensuring safety. Second, the government of Rwanda will continue attracting strategic investors to partner with existing operators, especially in exploring and tap the mineral deposits. My third message is that the government will continue investing in the community that surround mining sites through mining revenue sharing scheme to support their socio-economic development. And on this note, I hereby declare the 6th edition of the Mining Week officially open. But before I close my remark, I want also to speak in Kinyarwanda. Ndashaka kugira icyo mvuga mu Kinyarwanda kubera ko n'umuyobozi wa Mining Association hari ibyo yavuze mu Kinyarwanda ndetse anagaruka ku byo twaganiriye ubushize. Hari aho yavugaga ati mu kiganiro cy'ubushize yavuze amagambo meza avuga ko twavuze ko abantu bo muri mining bafite agaciro. Ibyo ntabwo twabivuze gusa twarabyemeje dusanzwe tunabizi ahubwo ari cyo atavuze twaganira icyo gihe nko nabivuze iki Mining Week ntabwo ari yo kuvuga ama speeches n'ama discours no kuganira namwe kugira ngo twumve ibibazo dufite muri sector nkuko nabivuze twemeza ko urwego rwa mining ari urwego rufasha igihugu n'abanyarwanda mu iterambere. Ntabwo rero twavuze ko abantu bo muri mining bafite agaciro gusa ahubwo nyine nongeyeho ngo mukire cyane mwubahiriza amategeko hanyuma dukize igihugu cyacu. Ariko imibare nabonye ko mwakize kandi n'umuyobozi wa association yabivuze ikigajije no kumenya niba mwarakize cyane ariko mukomeze mukire cyane. Twubahiriza amategeko cyo ndaguma nkivuga cyane mukire cyane mwubahiriza amategeko y'ubucukuzi hanyuma n'igihugu cyacu gikire cyane nkuko tubyifuza. Abatumirwa mwese rero nongeye kubashimira kuba mwitabiriye uyu muhango wo gutangiza iki cyumweru ku mugaragaro kandi nkabongira ngo mbonereho umwanya wo gushimira by'umwihariko abakora umwuga w'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro ndetse n'uruhare rwanyu mu iterambere ry'igihugu nkuko nabivuze. Tukaba twishimiye kongera kwifatanya namwe kuri uyu munsi. Kuri twebwe nka guverinoma y'u Rwanda uyu munsi ni umwanya w'ingenzi cyane kubera urwego rw'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro rufite mu gihugu cyacu. Ni urwego rufite agaciro gakomeye ariko tugomba kubyaza umusaruro mu buryo nanone buboneye. Rero nkuko byavuzwe umusaruro ukomoka mu y'agaciro wagiye ukomeza kwiyongera kandi turanabyishimira nk'igihugu nka guverinoma nk'abanyarwanda ndetse n'abanye imirimo muri urwo rwego. Ibi byose nibyo kwishimirwa kandi tushimira mwabigizemo uruhare. Ndashimira cyane abafashe amagambo bose hano kuko numvaga ko bavugaga bahagarariye abandi bagenzi babo. Ari umuyobozi wa association ishyirahamwe ryanyu yavuze bahagarariye, ariko n'abaduhaye ubuhamya bari bahagarariye bakatubwira imyaka batangiye kubijyamo, cyane cyane abadamu. Ari umunyeshuri rwose watanze ubuhamya bwiza cyane. Nagira ngo mushimire kuba yatije umurindi bagenzi be b'abakobwa ndetse n'abahungu kwitabira science ya mining ya geology, kwiga ibijyanye na mining, ariko atari kubyiga gusa warangiza ukabikwepa, kubyiga warangiza ukanabikora. Nicyo kintu cy'ingenzi yashyizemo buriya, nuko yabyize yarangiza akanabikora, kuko ashobora no kubyiga yabirangiza akajya mu bindi, ariko yarabyize arangije anabikora. Nkabengera kandi ubuhe n'abandi bagenzi be yavugiye nabo tukomeza gushimira, tunashimira abandi bazajya muri uwo mwuga. Ndabonaho kandi gushimira nanone uriya mu damu, uriya mu mama wundi wavuze ahagarariye kampani avuga ati nabitangiye mfite imyaka 21, ati kugeza ubu bitunze umuryango wanjye, birantunze, ati nahaye abantu benshi akazi, ndetse yatubwiye ko by'amajyambere yafashe mu gihugu, ari kubaka amashuri, ari kubakira abatishoboye n'ibindi. Hari n'ubuhamwa bwatanzwe n'undi mugabo nawe wasobanuye ibya mining muri Ngoro n'ahandi avuga uko yatangiye, amateka sinyasubiramo, ariko icyo nakuyemo nuko abo bose muhagarariye mwavugiye ibyo turimo birashimishije. Igisigaye ni ukubikora nanone mbivuge mu buryo bwubahiriza standard, amategeko, buri safety burinda abantu, bufite safety burinda abantu kuba twaburiramo ubuzima bw'Abanyarwanda, tugacukura neza, twubahirije amabwiriza, twubahirije amategeko, tukarinda ubuzima bw'Abanyarwanda, noneho tukabonamo ubukire bukwiye. Leta y'u Rwanda izakomeza gushyigikira no guteza imbere ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro kugira ngo bikomeze kugira uruhare mu guteza imbere ababukora ndetse n'Abanyarwanda muri rusange. Nk'uko rero nabivuze, umwaka ushize mu muhango nk'uyu ubutumwa bw'ingenzi bwaratanzwe, ariko uyu mwaka turabutanga, niyo mpamvu twebwe tuvuga ngo ni International Mining Day. Ntabwo tubigira umunsi umwe, twafashe umwanzuro wo kubigira icyumweru cyose kugira ngo inzego ziganire. Ntabwo ari abakora muri mining biganiriza, ahubwo muboneho iki cyumweru kuganira n'inzego za leta. N'amabanki mwantumyeho nayo tuzayabwira z'abareba, ariko tuzana n'ubutumwa tuzabutanga kugira ngo tureke abo kugira ngo mining iteze igihugu cyacu imbere. Ubutumwa rwo umunsi nagira ngo ntange nanone namaze kubivuga mu ndurimi, nuko guverinoma ikomeje gusaba abakora umwuga w'abacukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro kuwukora kinyamwuga. Ibyo nabivuze, kuwukora kinyamwuga bisobanuye kubahiriza amategeko n'amabwiriza agenga uwo mwuga kugira ngo twirinde impanuka yose yawuturukaho. Ntabwo twishima, ndetse reka mujye ko bitoza cyane twumvisha ko ari mining yagwiriye abantu kubera ikosa ry'ikiremwa muntu, accident yabaho. Ariko iyo accident turutse ku byo twita nyine human error, ikosa ryatewe n'ikiremwa muntu, biratubabaza kurushaho no kutuvuga ngo twakabe twaryirinze, nicyo dusaba ko twakomerezaho. Guverinoma izakomeza gukora igenzura, ntimuzatwikanye ntituzamwigenzura. Guverinoma izakomeza gukora igenzura ko dushinzwe ubuzima bw'Abanyarwanda, kuyubahirizwa ry'ayo mategeko, ariko iryo genzura ntabwo tuzaza turi bagenzi, ahubwo tuzabasaba namwe aba mining, abakora mining gufatanya natwe muri iryo genzura, kuko icyo dushaka ni ubufatanye, kandi mu association yanyu yabivuze. Ubutumwa bwa kabiri ndatanga kuri uyu munsi nuko guverinoma y'u Rwanda izakomeza guteza imbere ubufatanye, ibyo nibyo navugaga, n'urwego rw'abikorera mu bucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro, cyane cyane mu rwego rw'ubushakashatsi, kumenya ingano y'amabuye y'agaciro dufite, ndetse n'aho ari hatandukanye. Ibyo bifasha abakora investment. Guverinoma icyo gikorwa yaragitangiye kugira ngo tumenye ngo amabuye y'agaciro dufite aherereye hehe kandi angana gute, quantities, noneho abakora investment mukamenya aho mujya kudufasha kubicukura. Ubutumwa bwa gatatu nuko guverinoma izakomeza gushyigikira iterambere ry'abaturiye nyine abacukura amabuye y'agaciro, bahabwa ibikorwa remezo, amavuriro, imihanda n'ibindi bijyanye n'imiyoboro y'amashanyarazi n'ibijyanye n'amajyambere yabo, kugira ngo abaturiye aho ducukura amabuye y'agaciro nabo bumve agaciro ko kuba baturiye ubwo bucukuzi. Nubwo baba babonye imirimo, ariko bagomba no kubona ibikorwa by'amajyambere bituruka muri uwo musaruro. Ibyo rero ni intego guverinoma yiyemeje. Nongera kubashimira ko mwitabiriye uyu muhango, kandi nkabizeza ubufatanye kugira ngo iki gikorwa cy'ubucukuzi bw'amabuye y'agaciro tukomeze tukibyaze umusaruro. Nkaba kuri uyu mwanya nomboneho gutangaza ko icyumweru twita Mining Week gifunguwe ku mugaragaro, ndetse nkabifuriza ibiganiro byiza muzagirana, ariko bigana ku myanzuro. Ibyo twifuza twe nka leta nuko nyuma yo kuganira imyanzuro muzagera muzayiduhe kugira ngo dufatanye kuyishyira mu bikorwa duteza imbere urwego rwa mining. Murakoze cyane, nkuko nabivuze mukore mining ikiza abayikora inakiza igihugu cyacu. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you for the amazing feedback. We might take our seats. Thank you very much. And for emphasizing the fact that we need to do mining activities that are done in a safe and sustainable manner. Thank you very much for that. And also for emphasizing the government of Rwanda's commitment in this particular end. $1.5 billion US by next month. Next year. Oh, next year is just next month. And I love the commitment. CEO is ready with the team and all of you in the sector. Sivjo, so you can make it. Yes, and we'll support you in that particular area in whichever way possible. Of course, Right Honourable Prime Minister, thank you for the commitment in actually solving or supporting in solving the challenge of financial access in that particular sense that we've been able to hear. In the meantime, we're going to be able to have a photo session, and I'd like us to make this very fast. If I call your name, please just get ready and be able to join us up there. And I'll start off with none other than Iradukunda Hururaini to join us on the stage. Please just get onto the stage. Let's also have the Managing Director of GMDC also on stage, the Managing Director of Prime Mining Limited, the Managing Director of Gasabo Gold Refinery, the Managing Director of Gamico. Please join us on the stage when I call your name, kindly. Let's make it fast if you're here. And then the representative of PRI, and of course, let's also have the Managing Director of Spectrometer Technologies. Let's also have the CEO of Venture joining us on the stage for the photo opportunity. The Head of Cluster of Resource Governance in the Great Lakes region at GIZ Rwanda, please also join us. And the CEO of Trinity Metals Group, please join us on the stage. I would like to also request that the PS, the Ministry of Environment, to also join us on the stage. And of course, let's also have the Chamber or Chambre Sectorielle de Mines et Carrières. This one I need to work on this. CEO, I need lessons for French. French only. Kinyarwanda, we are okay. I'm coming on that. Thank you so much. So the representative from Burundi, and of course the representative from Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and of course the representative who's the chairman of the Kenya Chamber of Mines, and of course the Commissioner General of the Rwanda Revenue Authority, and the Minister of State in Minecofin, and also the representative from Kazakhstan. Please also join us. And let's also have the Minister of Local Government joining us. Plus, of course, let's appreciate the Rwanda Mines and Petroleum and Gas Board CEO and Chairperson of the Rwanda Mining Association. Please join us on the stage for the photo op. And then we'll want to request the owner of the Right Honourable Prime Minister to also join us for this photo op. We want to say thank you very much for the support that you give in whichever capacity for the mining sector, and also for just being here today. We want to appreciate you for that. It means so much in that sense. Thank you. Oh, you can Photoshop yourself. Don't worry. We'll add you there. All right? Thank you very much. Are we good? Yes. All right. Thank you very much. We will now request that everybody remain seated as we allow our guest of honor, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, to visit the booths just for the exhibitions. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. We can be upstanding as we appreciate our guest of honor. Please, the rest, please let us stay in the room. We can remain seated now. Let us take our seats. We have a panel discussion that is coming up now that we want to have. Let us remain seated. Please do not leave the room. Just stay in.
aharanira ishema ry'abanyarwanda iyo mu mahanga mwaritanze muharanira ishema ry'abanyarwanda aburyo umugabo nusoza ubutumwa bw'abamutugena iganishambo ahorana umurava mu byakora byose mu mwana w'u Rwanda aharanira ubumwe nyeganyega ngahova hasi ukore burya kimuhana kazi imvura ihise nyeganyega ngahova hasi ukore dorura cyari mutufite nitoto ntugasaze nyabusa ibyiza biri imbere umugabo w'ukuri suwirirwa yicaye umugabo mbwa yibanira n'uburiri yabyuka koga akambara akaberwa burya abagabo nk'abo mujye mubita abiraririzi b'umujyi burya abagabo nk'abo mujye mubita abiraririzi b'umujyi nyeganyega ngahova hasi ukore burya kimuhana kazi imvura ihise nyeganyega ngahova hasi ukore dorura cyari mutufite nitoto ntugasaze nyabusa ibyiza biri imbere umukobwa murahura ati bite musore mwiza byarimba kakugwa mundu kagwa mu kantu uti bitugo ntiwanyitiranije ati ndi mu mwuka mbabarira nkubwire uwiteka yakunyeretse mu nzozi ntuzambere umugabo mubere umugore reka simitwe nkiyo ndayizi abashushanye nkamwe musigaye muri benshi uhura n'abantu abura bemenge ntuzangwe muruzi inshuti yanjye urwita ikiziba nyeganyega ngahova hasi ukore burya kimuhana imvura ihise nyeganyega ngahova hasi ukore dore uracyari muto ufite n'itoto ntugasaze nyabusa ibyiza biri imbere umugabo burya n'umwana w'uwundi niyangwe yambaye uruhu rw'intama nini igisiga kinobera kikigendera naguhamarura n'amayinite nagusohokana kabiri gatatu hanze burya bafite cyagendereye iwiyandarikaza kwandura uwigize igitebo ayo rivu bigatinda nyeganyega ngahova hasi ukore burya kimuha n'akazi imvura ihise nyeganyega ngahova hasi ukore dore uracyari muto ufite n'itoto ntugasaze nyabusa ibyiza biri imbere duhaye paradizo n'abayobozi beza abaturage bashyize hamwe iyo twicaranye iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina iyo twicaranye iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina iyo twicaranye iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina abo mu mujyi wa Kigali iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina ab'iburasirazuba iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina abo mu majyepfo iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina intara y'amajyaruguru iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina ab'iburengerazuba iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina twese hamwe iyo twicaranye n'abandi tuvugana ibyubaka u Rwanda twishimye tukaririmba hanyuma tukazina agaciro kacu nibwo bukungu bwacu bana b'u Rwanda turinde igihugu cyacu cyatubyaye erega nta handi dukura reka ingufu zacu zerekana ishema ryacu iri terambere tugezeho abanyarwanda twararikoreye twese hamwe
The tunnels at this mine are located underground, where the miners dig for the hard rock containing the gold along the ore's veins, at the instruction of the engineers, guided by the geoscientists.
On the production capacity here we are having 42 ball mills. One ball mills have the capacity of processing like 3.6 gram per ton, 3.6 tons per day. It means that if you use mathematically, if you use 42 ball mills times 3.6 tons per day, it's around 120 tons per day. Because referring on the current processing capacity we are having, currently we recover like 35%.
But this recovery rate is already set to be enhanced thanks to the latest investment in Miyove mine.
We have procured an advanced processing plant which may recover above 85%. And the other production who may lost during the poor processing will be also recovered. We are going to recover enough gold, okay, in the ore we are having. It means that in the near future, also the daily production of the gold would be multiplied like 3. It will be increased into 3 factors. It means that currently we are recovering 35%. Then in the near future, like in the near 1 month, in the starting of May, it will be like we may recover it will be like 240 times 3. It's like 700 gram per day, which is enough.
While the Miyove mine is focused on improving its production, the Rwandan government has made a strategic move to keep all financial benefits of mining gold within the country.
One exciting aspect is the value addition that Rwanda has embarked on in terms of adding value to minerals. So moving from exporting raw ore or mineral ore to adding value to the minerals, which then gives us the opportunity to sell the derivatives, the byproducts that one would get. For the gold, good news is the policy is that we can only export refined gold.
Credited to this policy, every bit of gold mined in Rwanda is tunneled through a refinery, placing the mine's market not far from home.
We have a main gold refinery called the Gasabo Gold Refinery in Rwanda. Okay, market is very closer to us. Yes. So the gold from here, they refine it, they increase the value of that gold, then they sell it also to the international markets.
So what we do here, we refine gold, we receive scrap gold, and after receiving scrap gold, we weigh to check the weight, because the supplier bring the gold with their own weight. But for us, we are not sure the weight they bring if it's real. So I have to check the weight again. So after weighing, we give to the melting department. Melting department, the purpose of melting department is to make sure the gold they bring is real. After that, after sample is sent to the laboratory, so the lab, they took like small pieces, they put other metals, which is copper, silver, and lead. So to make an alloy. So the alloy you make, it helps us to laminate. Because if after laminating, we put the furnace, we have capillation furnace. The capillation furnace, it helps us to remove other impurities and to be easily attacked by acid. So after that, they go back to weigh the sample. So after weighing, they calculate the percentage they have of gold and silver. So that's how we know the percentage of gold from lab and silver. The sample we send the laboratory, it has to be presenting all the total gold they bring to make sure the purity we're going to give to the supplier is really true.
Once the weight of gold is found to be satisfactory, it is sent to the plant for refinement.
The modern plant you have, it has 2 plants. So we have one plant here, which we call it first plant, which has 2 tanks. one tank, and the other one, you can see the R1 and the R2. So those tanks, one has capacity to have more than 62 kilograms. So that means in 24/7, one plant is able to do more than 200 kilograms. Net Aquaregia changed the solid form of gold into liquid form. And then we use what we call SMBs. SMBs is sodium metabisulfate. It's turned the solution of gold into a solid form. So it precipitates gold. And then we recuperate a solid gold separately with the unwanted materials, which is byproduct. Our product, after refining, we produce gold with 99.9%, so which is 4 nines.
This purity rate allows the refinery to trade at a higher price in the global gold market, a result of a heavy yet lucrative capital investment.
GGR, the investment is ranged between 5 billion and a half. It's if you see the modern technology we are using, it's the latest. We have made sure we've approached a country like Italy, where we source this technology, and more spare parts are brought from there, and some are in Germany. It's the latest technology that can be compared to the rest of the market. Currently, Gasabo Gold Refinery employ 40 staff. They are very well trained. We don't have any foreign within our refinery. They are local. We make sure that any changes, any technology that refinery is updating, we go training for that. We've signed an agreement with these manufacturers who supply our various equipment within a refinery. We've signed, apart from supplying agreement, also the training parties has been considered as well. Anything changes, we make sure that people are trained.
A gold refinery in the heart of Africa is an attractive arrangement, not just for miners in Rwanda, but other traders in Africa as well.
You know, our Rwanda have lines where we can get very easily to these mining African countries. I'm very sure these traders, they got gold from there, come here with the latest the transport self, and the reason we are in the region, centralized geographic location, it gives them advantage. We have like country who does gold reserve. We can process for them, hand them their pure gold. Now, as Gasabo Gold Refinery is refining gold at international level at 99.9% and silver at 99.9. We think we had added value, and we continue the same spirit of getting more accreditation so that our these traders can get, if you have accreditation, LMBA, we call it LMBA, you have right to sell your gold to either Asia, London, elsewhere, global market. So we are same shoes as RMB established this policy where we need to add value to our commodities before export.
How do we export higher value minerals versus the ore? Because you literally can quadruple the value of what's being exported. We've completed an airborne survey for the entire country. So we have an idea of where the mines are, which kind of mines are found in the north, south, east, and west. What we now are busy with is ensuring that we can then determine the resources attached to these areas so that the planning would make sense. That's when the financiers could be invited, because we will, in essence, start to de-risk the sector and having better value propositions, for that to work well and for that to really get us as close as possible to reaching our targets for 1.5 USD 1.5 billion.
Rwanda's gold mines and refineries have sold the mineral at a whopping $190 million just in the first quarter of the year 2023, contributing to the sector's total of over $247 million. And with the nation's $1.5 billion mark by 2030 in mind, the sector is set to see further advancement in this decade, something we will be reporting on frequently. So keep watching Doing Business in Rwanda every Thursday on CNBC Africa. Goodbye for now. Mining journey.
Mining as we know it in Africa has not been a success story for the continent. So we need to be very strategic in how we are negotiating and ensuring that Africa's role is noticed this time around.
Keeping communities at the center of sustainable growth.
If you've got your support from your community, there's no conflict, there's no fighting, there's no, you've got your full support of your host communities.
Unleashing Rwanda's potential, unlocking billions in value.
Europe is coming, America is coming, you see the pressure is around, but African countries has to position themselves, especially on the value addition.
A value-adding hub for Africa's minerals.
Government of Rwanda put in place measures where we need to be a hub of mineral addition value.
We can certainly move the needle from what we're exporting today as ore. Africa needs to organize itself when it comes to our value proposition to the world.
Raw mineral ore to refined minerals, raw gems to jewelry, and from golden rocks to bricks of pure gold. Rwanda is reinventing mining in Africa. And this is Mines to Markets on Invest Rwanda. Rwanda's abundant resources have long attracted business interest. However, in contrast to the past, the mining sector is now driving the nation's growth and development strategy, occupying a prominent role in the last decade.
The journey that mining has been taking and the steps that government has put in place in terms of policies and direction to ensure that revenues from the mining sector continue to grow. We're very intentional about growing this sector in a way that responds to our needs and indeed one as a sector that will drive our economic growth.
This growth trajectory reached an unprecedented peak, emerging as one of the leading contributors to the country's foreign exchange earnings, totaling an impressive $772 million in 2022.
It's a jump, which is mainly driven by some effort set up last year to encourage companies to start investing into some machinery on the mining, so they transition from artisanal mining to semi-industrial mining.
Ensuring that production is enhanced, mining production that is, looking at better recovery rate for minerals. But also one exciting aspect is the value addition that Rwanda has embarked on.
And soaring to new heights, one precious metal takes the spotlight, gold.
The government of Rwanda at some point has decided to stop exporting commodities and processed commodities. Then this was an opportunity for us in mining industry to establish a refinery like this one, GGR has been established in 2019. The investment is ranged between 5 billion and a half. If you see the modern technology we are using, it's the latest if you compare to other markets.
Currently, we have procured an advanced processing plant, which may recover above 85%. And the other production who may lost during the poor processing will be also recovered. We are going to recover enough gold, okay, in the ore we are having.
The capacity itself is ranged between 8 metric ton can be refined in a month with an average of 480 kilo per 24 hours.
The purity of the gold from here, it's vary from 85 up to 95 of purity, yes. While for the gold from refined at Gasabo, it's above 99.9. It's above slightly around 100% of purity.
People will trust that we are producing a standard bar, bullion, what you call bullion. This bar we're exporting will help as well the traders to sell their bullion to international markets, not only, let's say, Dubai or Asia, anywhere else. When you have a license, accreditation, you're meant to sell anywhere worldwide.
Rwanda's global gold exports now have a companion in another extraordinary gem of the earth.
It started last year, 2022 in February. So far we have invested more than 350,000 USD. Of course, we spent a lot of money for this because before we are just exporting in rough stones and no one knew that we have these stones.
From the time we started investing in value addition, we have seen a difference because we are starting and we are investing. I know we are spending a little bit much, but we are hoping to have something very tangible in the future.
We have come up with different laboratories and the jewelry workshop.
By using the raw materials mined in Africa, we are maintaining the cash flow in Africa. We are not sending out our goods without finished value, so we are getting more money and maintaining that money in Africa. And they take it in China, in India, in other parts of the world. We also export it to US and UK.
Our products are already on international markets. So whenever you buy products, maybe you will buy products from Rwanda.
In the international markets, Rwanda proudly showcases not only its gold and gemstones, but also its trio of popular minerals, tungsten, tantalum and tin, mined, refined and packaged entirely within the country. These minerals represent Rwanda's strategic shift from artisanal mining to industrial mining, elevating the sector to new heights of efficiency and sustainability.
Artisanal mining has been a huge part of Rwanda through the years, but we are now at a point where most of all three our operations are semi-mechanized, semi-industrialized, and within the next 5 years we foresee that we are completely industrialized mines. As for Nakabingo itself, this year we are looking to start construction of a sorter and processing plant, which will increase our production up to 30,000 tons a month that we feed the plant, which we are looking to produce about 90 to 150 tons a month.
The main focus of Trinity Metals, we work on 3 kind of ore minerals: wolframite, castrite, and coltan. So here at Nyakabingo, we focus on wolframite. This is mainly a mineral processing laboratory where we do test work to increase or to improve the recovery of getting the ore mineral at a sellable grade. Usually, historically in Rwanda, in most of the mines, they don't go for recovery of above 40. But with our introduction of mineral processing laboratory to this company, we can do test work and improve the processing up to the recovery of 74 to 75 at a sellable grade.
As for the future, Trinity Metals plans to invest $61 million in the next 5 years, of which $21 million will be allocated to Nakabingo. The main beneficiaries of that $21 million will be a state-of-the-art processing plant and X-ray sorter, as well as putting money into the underground infrastructure and equipment so as to expand the underground workings. The plant is going to be the main investment. We are going to obviously upgrade the labs at Nakabingo and other operations by putting in more modern equipment to ensure that our mineralogy studies are done in such a way that it will benefit us in the long run and add value to the processing plant that we are putting in.
While the Wolfram mine has embraced technology throughout its value chain, propelling its operations to greater advancements, other mining entities are also looking toward closing the gap.
Currently, we are mining castrite. The previous operators started mining this mine back in 1929. So it has a long story.
Before we start working here, the people used to, they have been using the chisels and hammers, chipping out by using manual handling. But with the new technology, with generating ideas, we had to bring another system, another mechanism that can help them. So we use a demolition machine, which is so-called electrical jackhammers, that is helping to break the rock so that the people can easily correct the material from the face.
We have different equipments, both electrical, manually, and also we have a big engineering team. We have different technicians, we have plumbers, electricians, mechanics, machine operators, and even drivers.
We have invested so far more than 25 million USD, and we are planning just to add more as we are expanding our operations and with different projects, initiatives that are being assessed. There are many feasibility studies that are going on, but we are planning just to expand and just make, as I said, something bigger that the country, the people, employees can benefit from it.
We are still exporting raw or cassiterite, which we are hoping to change that as we move forward. Same for tantalum. The idea is to work with the sector to grow both the production so that we have enough to feed our refineries and export as little as possible of raw material.
To unlock the full potential of its mines and minerals, Rwanda established a public geological laboratory in 2019, a state-of-the-art facility to enhance precision within the sector, ensuring that all possible benefits remain within the country's borders.
Miners were taking the sample to the private laboratory. And that time we couldn't even verify if those mining are giving us the exact amount of the percentage in the minerals. So the government decided, let's have our lab where you can verify everything before you go out of the country. Remember, if we have to export something, we have also to pay taxes. Sometimes they will pay less taxes. Now, with this lab, they will have to pay the exact taxes.
To ensure that the act of mining itself is the most appropriate and the most targeted, they can be efficient and capitalize greatly.
It is our responsibility to ensure that the mining that we do does not damage the environment and uplifts the community at the same time. RMB, in our mining agreement, we have specified and we are held accountable to ensure that the environment at least there's improvement on the environment.
As a mining and as a responsible business, you need to consider environment at the forefront of what we do. And we've got the policies, the legal framework, that's the number one. As a country, you've got the legal framework that we operate from. But also at individual level, at the implementation level, you need to look at your management plans. So environment is cross-cutting, and it covers across every aspect of our business. Our people, our employees, that's number one. We need to also work with how do we engage with them. Is labor fairness? Do we create a conducive environment for women? Is it inclusive enough?
We operate, how we manage our people in a safe environment. We have different departments that are so qualified, and everything has to go with a cost-effective, safe way and environmental protection.
In addition to maintaining health, safety and environmental integrity, Rwanda Mining, Gas and Petroleum Board upholds transparency and traceability as a top priority.
We are very proud to say that 100% of what we export, Rwanda exports, are traceable minerals. But we didn't stop there, because this is paper-backed traceability. What we're now involved in, and the discussions taking place at national and regional level, are those dealing with ensuring that a blockchain tool would be able to help us secure traceability methods. So even more insurance on the intention to ensure that our minerals are traced.
We belong to the OECD. We have guidelines, and tagging is part of the guidelines to ensure the traceability of the mineral. These tags that we put on different stages of the process actually go with the mineral to our final buyer to ensure that there is transparency and traceability of where the mineral came from in the first place.
This is actually what the also investors, our shareholders are looking at, is if you've got your support from your community, there's no conflict, there's no fighting, there's no, you've got your full support of your host communities. You've ensured that the environment is properly catered for, and the future will be best.
We welcome visitors. I can point you to any direction of where you will find the cassiterite, the coltan, the tungsten, the gold, the gemstones, and the lithium, and much more, because we are making new discoveries or focusing on minerals of interest today.
In a quest to unlock the vast potential of the sector, RMB has been investing the time, dime, and technology in comprehensive geological studies and airborne surveys.
We've completed an airborne survey for the entire country. So we have an idea of where the mines are, which kind of mines are found in the north, south, east, and west. What we now are busy with is ensuring that we can then determine the resources attached to these areas so that the planning would make sense. That's when the financiers could be invited, because we will, in essence, start to de-risk the sector and having better value propositions for the private sector and the banking sector to support the growth of the sector.
As a private miner, I would say it's really important to have data. A private company that is doing mining, we don't have sufficient data, whereby we need to invest more so that we can be very specific to where we should mine, the type of methodologies that should be applied, type of the machinery that are required. So we believe it is really important, very, very important to invest in exploration. But it's something that we are in touch with the RMB. They know it very well, and we know they are working on it, and we have confidence in them.
Rwanda has 52 potential targeted areas that were confirmed by an airborne survey. What's left to do now is for us to say, let's unpack few of these potential targeted areas and then invite the right partners to ensure that the sustainable mining part is looked at from a financing angle. That development by
All right, we want to start the next session. Please let us come inside. Asante sana, thank you for all those who are coming in. We are calling upon everyone else to join us in the room. We are about to start the next session in the program. If you came with someone, you can't see them seated next to you, please WhatsApp them. Ask them, where are you? We're about to start. They shouldn't miss this next session. Please, let's come back in the room for us to start. Let's come back in the room so that we can start the next session. Let's take our seats in readiness for us to start the next session. All right, let's come inside. We're about to start the next session. We have started the next session. Please, let's walk in the room and take our seats. Thank you. Let's go. Let us take our seats in readiness for us to start the last session for this half day. Then we go to the next session after lunch hours. Hello. All right, I request that we take our seats. We are about to start the panel discussion. Please take your seats. We can continue the networking during the lunch break. Let's take our seats, please. One, two. All right, so let me have your attention, please. Everyone who's standing, the last person to sit down. Umuntu wa nyuma uje kwicara hasi aje kutugurira. Can we all take our seats? Thank you. At the back, hariya nyuma, please, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Wonderful. You are amazing. Thank you for the cooperation. Please take your seats because we want to start now so that we can be able to continue on with the next or the rest of the program. And the next session we're going to have is a panel discussion. And this panel discussion is going to be looking at the theme on mining that builds the nation and communities. And I want us to just settle down in the room so that we can be able to bring in the panelists for this particular session. Also, we have activities, Ogusura Mines. So please, if you have not yet registered, if you have not yet found a way of getting that information, we have a team at the back that will support you on that particular area. Then later on in the evening, tuzaba tufite opportunity yokuganira through a cocktail session. So please, let us keep in mind all those amazing plans for this mining week. The event, Nagwiranjiro Umunsi, we are continuing on and on. So we have programs that are running through even after lunch. There's another panel, and we're going on until the 6th of December. Now, I want us to be able to have a conversation, and this conversation is going to tackle the area of how do we build the sector that actually builds the nation and communities. And I think we've heard from the speakers who spoke earlier, Wavuzengo, we need to ensure that we are following the rules and we are doing all we can to ensure that the communities are also benefiting. So on this particular panel, I want to be able to start off by calling the panelists. I'll start off with Mr. Peter Geleta, who's the CEO of Trinity Metals Group. Please let's appreciate Mr. Peter. Thank you. You can do better. Yeah? Let's appreciate him better. Eh? Thank you very much. Also joining us is Mr. Janvier Ndawananie, who's the Managing Director of New Bugarama Mines Limited. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Energy, more. Yes, yes. It's a celebration. Thank you. Also joining us on this particular panel is Mr. Patrick Carrera, Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of Environment. Appreciate the PS, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes to join us on this session. I'm getting worried. This is not a panel. This looks like it's going to be a manel. Let's bring in Emmanuel Bujingo, who's the Director of Legal Economic Development, Ministry of Local Government. Appreciate Mr. Emmanuel as he comes. Where is Mr. Emmanuel in the room? Where is Mr. Emmanuel? Yeah, there he goes. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes to join us. Karibu, karibu. Thank you. By the powers given to me by the organizers of this event, and because we had the Right Honorable Prime Minister here, I think it would not be a good picture of just men talking here. So I want to use those powers to bring on stage the CEO of Rwanda Mines, Petroleum and Gas Board, Ambassador Yamina Karitanyi. Please join us and make this officially a panel and not a manel. Yes. Karibu sana. Karibu. And last but not least, Eugene Anangwe. Thank you. Let's have the mics on. Thank you. CEO, thank you for making this officially a panel. I was worried.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I want us to just start this conversation from that very perspective of the gender aspect in terms of how do we ensure that the communities are benefiting from the mining sector, but we're also looking at the aspect of equality, inclusivity. We had very great testimonies here from the young lady, and we also had from the lady who actually started at 21. But this space seems to be so lonely for you and other ladies in this sector. What do we do? What do you want from us in this room? How do we encourage more women to join the sector?
Thank you very much. I think the answer was in listening to the morning opening session. Not only do we have women who are mine owners, we actually have, as of current, 22% of the labor force, which is female. But out of the 22%, 30% or 31% are actually professional young women in the sector. So it's not a bleak picture, only to say that we have to improve. But I think we're on our way. If you speak to our vice chair of the board, Professor Ding, he would tell you that we are seeing more and more women, young ladies joining this field. Geologists, mining engineers, environmentalists, and all working to join the sector.
Right.
Same with IPRC. So I think the good news is the fact that we are skilling the female labor force. So they are not just going to do the lower line in terms of labor, but they will be on the producing side, the productive sector. So it's not a bleak picture, but we recognize that the interventions are required. But last year, I visited IPRC Rutongo School of Mining, and I was impressed to see that 60% of the intake of last year was female. So all to say that within another couple of years, we will see greater improvement. But of course, we also have to pay attention to the young men. We want a skilled labor force, both female and male, to join. Only that the focus currently is to ensure that the young ladies joining the sector are also accompanied. By that I mean, we started looking at what are the requirements. Safety standards, yes, of course, but that applies to everybody working on the mines. But things, initiatives such as early childhood development, which we have seen starting to be implemented in some of the mines. We encourage other mining companies to really ensure that that is in place so that a young lady who has a young child would not fear joining the sector because of that lack of infrastructure.
Right. That's interesting. Peter and the rest of the panelists, feel free to also chip in on that aspect of inclusivity. But as I ask this question, Peter, I want to understand the place of corporate social responsibility. Today it's moving from CSR to ESG. And it must be a big challenge based on what we've seen, what we've heard as well, that it would be difficult to mine but still be able to protect the environment. There's usually a very thin line in there. How is Trinity doing this, and how do you think the entire ecosystem can be able to achieve environment protection, but also corporate social responsibility at the same time?
Sure. It's not difficult. When you have it integrated in your business planning and how you conduct your business, then, and it's part of your company value system, then it's not a difficult thing at all, because the one goes with the other. You can't just produce. We have a strategy at Trinity where we have really four pillars that drive our strategy. The first is the business pillar, whereas we need to make sure we understand the geology. We have proper business plans in place to extract the ore in a safe way, and we can optimize the extraction and the production. The second pillar is our people. We develop our people. We try and attract, retain the best talent possible.
Yeah.
And that includes females. Our best talent at the younger level, you met one of our young geologists today, is our ladies. They're going to be our future leaders.
Yeah.
We're convinced of that. So we spend a lot of time in developing our people. The third pillar is really relationships with your community. It's relationships with the government at a local level and at a national level. It's relationships with all your key stakeholders, and it's your putting proper compliance programs in place for ESG stewardship. And then the fourth pillar is really growth.
Yeah.
We need to have a growth story. We need to grow the business, but we need to, in order to be sustainable. So that's how we approach it. We really integrate it in how we do our business.
Interesting. And P.S., Patrick, I want to talk to you especially from an environmental perspective. And as I asked you this question, I wanted to understand also, most of the time we hear what the players within the sector want from government. But I want to hear also from you, what is it that you want from the sector players, especially when it comes to the environment aspect? We keep talking about this, but what is it that you want from them today?
Thank you very much. I want to start by opportunities rather than issues.
Yeah.
I know that what is expected for us is to highlight all the impact of mining around environment, which mainly comes around on issues that we would like to highlight here. But on opportunity, we see a good progress with the mining sector in Rwanda. First of all, looking at the consolidation of the mining industry and the value chain development that is happening, this is really a great opportunity to add capital and skills within the sector. So this impacts a lot, really, the life on the mining area, but also the life within the mining employees themselves. And this is where we have requests for further improvement. On the sites, we have continuously discussed with our mining colleagues on kind of like 5 issues. One is the land degradation. It is not a burden that we can put entirely to the mining sector. It is also a result of the exposure of our country to climate change already.
Yeah.
So some of the areas where we have mining are already, in terms of geology and in terms of hydrology context, are already exposed to the climate change. So I want to give an example to the part of Muhanga, of Ngororero, these corridors of north and western.
Yeah.
It is already fragile. So when you do poor practices in mining, or illegal mining, or when we don't invest heavily into safeguarding or recreating a sufficient built environment for the business, then we kind of accelerate actually the already existing problems. This is the key area of land degradation that we are talking about, and it is mainly putting on even further risks to the sedimentation, to the river banks degradation.
Yeah.
We have seen the impact is very huge even to our economy. And when you look at the level of investment that we are putting in the mining, we still have a lot to do in terms of resource use efficiency. So the amount of inputs that we are putting in is still capital or intensive. So we need to invest really into innovative technologies, and we know that it requires that we discuss here on the table what the private sector is going to bring in, what are the incentives that the government can put in place, so that we can minimize as much as possible the inputs that we put in the life cycle of these mining sites.
Right.
So, but there are also opportunities that are coming. Maybe I want to highlight that the generation of new materials like lithium will really impact on electric mobility. So we see this as a positive potential. And the methane production, the gas methane production, we also reduce biomass use consumption in our communities. So it's not to say that we only see issues. There are also positive potential that we will leverage on in the future.
Interesting that you raised them, and of course we'll talk a bit more about them, but I know I'll come to you, Emmanuel, but let me first go back to Janvier and try to understand the aspect of local skill development. We keep talking about the aspect of wanting to leapfrog from traditional ways of mining, and we even have a theme, embracing technology, investment, and responsible mining. This will not be possible if we do not up the skills, if we do not do a lot of capacity building. I know we have a school focused on that, but what more can we do in terms of that area to fast track the process of, having more skilled personnel to embrace the technology that we're talking about?
Yes. Thank you very much for the question. First, I want to follow the steps of our chairman in Rwanda Mining Association for giving a better understanding to my colleagues who are in the domain of mining. Then I want to speak in Kinyarwanda.
Sava, that's okay.
Nyakubahwa chairman wa Rwanda Mining Association, kera mu bihugu byagiraga abantu bitwa ba duce, baravuga ngo duce is sempre razione. Bishatse kuvuga chef ahorana ukuri. Ariko ahangaha turashyiraho ubugororangingo mu miyoborere myiza ya hano turumvikana, umuyobozi yaba afite igitekerezo cyiza tukagikurikiza. Nibyo rero ndagira ngo mu gusubiza ikibazo mbanze mvuge kuri experience twagize muri New Bugarama, noneho ngere kuri point mumbajijeho neza. Nkuko mubyumva New Bugarama bishatse kuvuga ko habanjeho kubaho indi Bugarama. Iyo Bugarama rero twari dufite yari abantu bakora ibintu biri artisanal, ahantu hose ubona ari utwobo, ubona birimo na risk. Ariko aho twagereye tubona ko ibyo bintu tutakomeza kubikora gutyo, dusanga ibyiza twashyiraho aba expert bakadukorera inyigo y'ibintu tugomba gukora. Muri uko kuva muri ibyo bintu bya artisanal, inyigo yarangiye muri 2013, dutangira kuyishyira mu bikorwa muri 2014, aho mu by'ukuri bari babonye ko hari utwobo umuntu ajyamo afite umungwara pinch bar tool, afite agakarayi azana utuntu n'agafuka, twumva ko tugiye kubishyira mu buryo bwiza. Ubwo buryo bwiza rero bwabaye ko utwo twobo tuturika, tugashyiraho indani nziza zujuje ibipimo, tugashyiramo amaraye, tugashyiramo imashini. Bivuze ko artisanal ujya muri semi mechanization byari ukuva kuri ako kobo ugakora indani nziza, ukava kuri iyo pinch bar ugashyiraho jackhammer cyangwa byo bita marteau perforateur, ndetse na kwa kundi umuntu yirwa gahonda bikaba byara acceleration by explosives. Bivuze iki? Akazi karihuse n'umusaruro uraboneka. Ariko se nk'uko abandi bigize kubivuga kare muri za presentation zabo, bavuze ko bashimira leta. Ako kazi kabaye keza katumye dutanga n'imisoro. Leta ibona ko ari ikintu dukora koko, niyo mpamvu burya idufasha. Ibintu byose akenshi ni symbiose. Uratanga iki ubone kiriya, cyangwa nawe akora iki agufasha iki ngiki, twuzuzanye. Ibyo rero tumaze kubona ko iyo method iva muri artisanal ijya muri semi mechanization itanga icyizere, twabonye ari nka bya bindi tubona hano hanze ko ibyiza twagezeho tugomba kubirinda. Tugomba kubirinda gute? Niba ukorera ahantu udakoresha abaturage baho, niba kwibonemo, bazabona ko ntacyo bimaze. Niba ari ukubigambanira bazabigambanira. Bityo twagiye ku rwego rwa local employment and skill development, aho 90% basa naho ari abakozi bavukaho, wenda wa mu specialist dufite tudafite aho ngaho akaba ari buza. Nkaba nashimira na University of Rwanda, ubu 80% by'aba engineers dufite n'abana bari mu rwego rumwe na wa wundi wigize kuza hano, aho twavuye ku engineer 2 twaba tugeze kuri 12. 10 nabavuye muri University of Rwanda, abakobwa n'abahungu bavanze.
Kandi barakora neza.
Barakora neza, niyo mpamvu najye nicanga. Ubundi ntago bantumiraga mu nama ngo mbe mpari, ariko ubu ndabizi ko birimo kugenda neza.
Kubera kenshi abantu benshi bakunda kuvuga ngo abantu ba technicians cyangwa ba expert bahanze nibo bazi cyane kurusha bahano iwacu. So
hari ijambo bakoresheje kare ry'agaciro. Ubu abana barimo gusohoka mu mashuri yacu bigishijwe n'abanyarwanda, bari kuza bumva ko hari agaciro bafite bagaharanira no kukagira. Barakora neza. Ku byerekeranye na skills nanone, aho ngaho hari abantu benshi bazi gukora ibintu dukora ariko batarabyize. Uyu munsi twavuze ko umuntu uzi gukora ikintu niyo bataragiye mu ishuri, ese si byiza ko twari ubufatanye n'abandi bantu ariko tukagira nibura urupapuro abona rumwemerera yuko ibyo bintu abizi. Ubu dufatikanyije na Reo na ministeri y'abakozi, ejo bundi kwa gatatu tuzaba dufite aba graduate 300. Abo ngabo bazi gukora ibintu bashobora kuba banabirusha aba engineer bavuye mu ishuri ariko batari bafite igipapuro kibyemeza. Abo bazaba biyongera ku bandi 100 twagize umwaka ushize, bityo tuzaba dufite abakozi 400 bafite certificate, ashobora no kwambuka muri Uganda hirya kerekana igipapuro cy'uko ibyo bintu abizi. Kandi akaba ari abakozi abenshi bavuka aho ngaho. Kugira ngo dukomeze turinde ibintu byacu, tugomba no gukora ku buryo community aho ngaho ibona ko hari icyo tumaze.
Correct.
Turi mu karere k'amakoro, imihanda yaho ushobora gushyiramo imodoka ipine rikaba riratobotse, ariko mu gihe cy'umuganda iyo tubonye umuhanda wapfuye, muri bya bindi twagezeho byo gukora inganda zisohora imicanga zimaze kuyungurura, twumvikana n'ubuyobozi tukavuga tuti harakenewe ko tuhashyira ibitaka, tugafata amakamyo 2, 3 tukajyanayo, kuwa gatandatu tugasabana n'abaturage dukora umuganda. Ikindi hari amashuri atwegereye, iyo hagize umuganda dukenerwamo ari gutanga amafaranga ari kujyana abasore bacu kuko abantu benshi bafite ingufu bahariya ni twebwe tubaba tubafite tujyayo muri bya bindi byo gutangirana 9 years basic education twatanze amafaranga ariko tukaba noneho twarafashe n'ikindi cyemezo cyo gutangirira hasi. Ubu uyu munsi umukozi w'umudamu ufite umwana aramuzana tugatangira kumutoza ibyo kwiga hakiri kare, aho twubatse ECD aho ababyeyi bafite abana ndetse n'abandi bana bari aho hafi baza bakaguma aho ngaho tukabagaburira. Ababyeyi baba batashye igihe cyo gutaha bagatwara abana babo. Aho ni mu rwego rwo kugira ngo twereke abantu ko abana badakwiye kujya muri mine, bagomba kuba bari ahantu bagera igihe cyo kujya ku ishuri bakajya ku ishuri. Kandi ibyo birimo biratanga umusaruro kubera ko abasore n'inkumi bahariya benshi kuko babona bagenzi babo twahaye akazi bose baba baza muri za IPRC basaba muri shuri rya mining and geology, bizeye ko ubwo turimo kuva muri process ya semi mechanization akazi kaziyongera ko bazabona akazi aho ngaho.
Tuzaza kugaruka ku bindi batubureka tuvugane na Emmanuel njya kugaruka kuvuga ibindi byinshi kubijyanye n'ibintu uvuze. Mr. Emmanuel, I wanted just to understand also from the aspect of revenue sharing from a local government perspective, and also from a social infrastructure development. I've heard a lot from the people within the sector saying we actually built this road, we actually worked on this road. And at some point, someone might argue and say, at what point then does the local government, does the government itself also play a role in supporting the players within the mining sector to actually fix some of those issues? Just talk to us a bit about the policy framework and probably the guidance in terms of ensuring that there is proper social infrastructure development, but also the revenue sharing is also happening, not just being said to be happening.
Thanks, Jean. When it comes to revenue sharing from the minings, as we are aware, there is an in-place mechanism for sharing of revenues from mining, from taxes and fees. So there's 10% from revenue generated from mining that are allocated to infrastructure development, mainly for communities residing around the mining sites. So since the inception of this program, so far 8 districts have benefited from those infrastructures related to water supply systems, rehabilitation of roads, construction of integrated development programs. So there are many infrastructure that have been put in place in the communities living around the community sites. So as the local government, we do work closely with communities residing around the mining site in the identification of the infrastructures that they need, but those infrastructures are based on their needs. So as a local government, we work closely with them in identifications, and then after identifications, then those activities mainly validated at all levels and then integrated through our national program priorities. So, and then after submitted for funding, mainly they submitted through LODA. LODA is a local development entities agency that's under our Ministry of Local Government. So we do closely with LODA in the whole process of identification and the whole funding of those infrastructure that are needed by the communities residing around those
areas.
Sites. So also after the infrastructure development, also we do monitor the impact of those infrastructure. But one thing that maybe after the assessment we we have been doing, maybe we shall do it together with RMB. We need to put in place the instructions of how the funds allocated to those activities are more effectively used, so that anyone else will not divert money meant for those things and then put it in other activities. So we need to put in the infrastructure that would effectively be used for effective usage of those activities. I think I have been assessing, and I have found that there's that missing thing of instructions. Maybe the RMB and Mineral will work together to make sure that those instructions are put in place to make sure that the money meant for those activities are not diverted to other activities.
Interesting. Anybody from financial institution represented in the room? Anyone from development partners? Just show of hands. There's something I wanted us to check in the room. Just don't be afraid. Anyone from any financial institution, either bank, financial, microfinance? Hey.
There lies the problem. They're not even here.
Yeah, so I wanted us to talk a bit about that, and I wanted to address anyone from the financial institution, just for us to understand where the actual problem is. And maybe, CEO, I'll bring this to you. When you hear from, the players in the sector, when it comes to the issue of financing, what is it that you feel the financial institutions are missing out on? What is that? Is it that, because they can watch it even later, even if they're not in this room, what is it you want to tell them that they're missing out on by not being part of this sector that is now one of the biggest, actually the biggest export earner in the country?
So I know that bankers like to look at numbers, right? And if we say that this year we will clock in excess of $1 billion in export revenues, but that out of that $1 billion only a portion of it is remaining in country. I dare say less than 15%. And that the missing link is on the revenue side is just trade financing, meaning the banking sector is not opening up the lines of credit to allow our traders to be able to access financing in country, which make them rely on pre-financiers, most of the time players who are supplying the refineries in Asia and Europe, who are sitting probably in Geneva and elsewhere, who are then keeping a good 20% of these revenues. So, that is the opportunity. All we are asking the finance world, the institutions, the banking sector, is to accompany these miners. And I think, we're here talking about the revenues, the impact to the communities, the revenue sharing. That will exponentially increase once the financing is locally available or availed. And so what we say to the banking sector is to approach us, to open their doors to the mining sector, maybe start with the trading part, because it's one which gives you the guarantee as minerals, right? Because what we often hear is it's a risky sector. If you don't have exploration data, if you don't have the reserves estimates or confirmed reserves, it's hard to put a figure on, say, a concession, which makes it difficult to access financing for the mining part. We get that, and we're working on that. We're doing exploration, as you know. Some of the companies here are also doing their own exploration, simply to be able to access better financing. But what I'm saying is, let's start with the trade part. The trade financing is a low-hanging fruit, and a good portion of that financing should be found locally, so that we thrive.
When you say that, I want to also hear from Peter what he thinks. What is it then that probably has made them not get it in this sense? But also, what more can the sector do for itself as they wait for the others to see and then be able to jump in? We know what happened to the country when Agachiro Development Fund was born. We created our own sovereign fund that would help us, even if external donors would say or partners would say no to it. Could there be something of that sort that the sector can work around, a basket that probably, this is just me thinking, I could be wrong. Peter, is this an option? Is there a way that the sector itself can come up with some homegrown financing solutions to be able to fill in that gap that financial institutions have not been able to see?
Yes, but I think the key thing that has to happen is the industry needs to perform. Okay, it needs to modernize and professionalize, and then the institutions will be more prepared to fund. You know, if I look at Trinity, for example, we're very aligned with the government's vision of modernizing and professionalizing the industry.
Yeah.
And we've started this journey a few years ago when we started mechanizing, and we've seen the results of basic mechanization that's taken place. Our production numbers are 3 times higher than they were at the beginning of last year, because of opening up new areas, introducing mechanization, and reducing the need for manual labor. And once the businesses start performing, the finances will come, and they'll be more prepared to invest. And that's not just perform from a production point of view, but you know, to finance something, you need to be able to pay the finance back. So you've got to be able to show that you're making profits. You've got to show that you're a good corporate citizen, that you're looking after your people. You've got good safety practices, good environmental practices, and then the financial institutions will come on board. I know from our international investors, they're much more willing to invest now than they were a year ago, because we've demonstrated the success over the last year in how we've improved the business.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think success breeds success, and you'll attract the investors. But we need to promote the mining industry more with the financial institutions. And so I think we need a strategy for that.
Yeah. CEO, I've read reports close to 50% growth. And Peter says the sector needs first to grow to attract the investment. Do you agree with this, that you're not yet there for you to be able to attract the proper financial institutions to come in and invest?
Well, I think what Peter is saying doesn't stop the financing sector to look at trade. I remember emphasize trade financing.
Correct.
What Peter is talking about is the value chain, which, yes, you require exploration data to be able to finance your mining, and then you require financing for processing to ensure that recovery is improved, just like their company has tripled their production. That is the heavy duty. But what I'm focused on now, and this is speaking as also part of government, we have a crisis of Forex, yes? No secret here. We need to bring in the Forex. And what we need to also, back to your point of finding innovative solutions to attract this financing on the ground, I mean locally, is to simply say, how do we retain this Forex?
Correct.
That's an urgent question that we must face. And it starts by saying the financing sector has got to say, let's give it some interventions to ensure that we go maybe from 15% to 30% intake, or you know, keeping this 1 billion. So how do we go from keeping 100 million to 300 million? It's simply the interventions on the local market.
Right.
And then the guarantee is the minerals. That's also, you know, so the point of risk, which is often raised, is not really valid when you say, but when you're trading, it's a commodity, right? It's just treat it as a commodity. So I think it's just more than time to get our financing sector to really give themselves this homework as we in the sector continue to improve. There's a lot to do, but it will require the stakeholders to work together.
To work together. I'm going to come back, but I want to pick any questions from the floor. If you have any question in any language, even Gifaransa, we'll work on it. If you have a question to the panelists, or if you have a feedback or comment on some of the things we've been speaking about for the last few minutes, please feel free to raise your hand. A microphone will be brought to you, and then we'll be able to pick up from there. We have about 10-15 minutes to close, so I wanted to give us the chance to be able to contribute. There's a hand here in front. Bring some microphones in front here. We have hands up here. Hano imbere. So just keep your hand up so that they can come closer to you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Frank Mujenya. I'm from Uganda, but my experience is working with COMESA and the African Union. I've been heading the minerals development at the African Union. The mineral resource sector, and you realize that I'm not going to use the mining sector. I'm going to use the terminology, the mineral resource sector, is a sector that you can't handle alone. You can't have a vertical integrated value chain in one country. And I do entirely agree with Madam CEO that we need to look at the trade financing. And we have in the region a number of funds, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and others. And I think there is a need to start looking at regional participation. We need to look at how, for instance, can Rwanda, which is always known as the Switzerland of Africa, manage as a processing hub for the minerals. So that with the linkage to Dar es Salaam and all that, we have minerals processed here. And you spoke earlier on, Mr. Moderator, about corporate social responsibility, but now we try to talk about value creation. Attracting investment and getting this revenue maximization may be not helping the CEO to raise that from 100 to 300. If we look at value optimization, where we get more youth employment, we have seen the geologists, we need to get mining engineers, we need to get processors, but we need to get metallurgists who can actually turn these minerals to alloys and other things. That's where the value is, that's where the money is. And then we can start exporting not commodities, but value-added products from the East African region, from where proudly Rwandan product, Rwandan mineral processed in East Africa, and an African, and trading within the continental free trade area, because we have all these areas. So my thinking is that we need to tackle it together as a region, starting small as we have as East African, 6 countries, coming together, the CEOs of the Chamber of Mines and the mining boards, and see how do we create processing hubs, which then become markets for the minerals produced. Rwanda is producing marathon. It can consume over 500 pieces of minerals mined in Africa. Uganda is trying to produce an electronic car, which can consume 70,000 pieces, all coming from the minerals. So how do we encourage, we have seen geologists, how can we encourage these training institutions to work with the government, create more metallurgists, but also bringing on money within the region, within Africa. We have these funds which can fund our people. And I've heard that you have the Mineral Wealth Fund. I think that's a starting point. But I'm just encouraging regional participation so that we produce processing hubs that can then become the markets, the Antwerps of this world, and so forth.
While you still have the microphone, let's appreciate him. While you still have the mic, I want to understand what's stopping this working together. I hear that a lot in many events I go to. We need to sit down together and talk to each other. We need to work together. What's missing? A referee to come and sit in between and guide? A hall like this? What do you need? What is needed? What's stopping that cooperation? Maybe from your experience, what has been the tumbling block? What's the issue? What's the missing link?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Who regulates the gold processing in Africa? It's Britain, London, the Metallurgy Association. What is stopping us from having a gold association? Who controls petroleum? When there is prices going up and down, it's OPEC. So what is stopping us from having a gold OPEC? Starting with 3-4 countries, and we regulate our sector. And we can do this because we have associations, so we need to have our own legislation and regulating bodies as Africans. If you want to license, why should you take 10 years to license your gold refinery? Because you have to meet the standards of, from somewhere else. When you look at the Gold Council, we have a Gold Council in Africa. But this don't stop from the Gold Council. We now have critical minerals, a terminology that is not African. Because critical minerals are not critical to us. They are strategic to us. So why don't we say now, lithium will be regulated by Africa. And if I want to give you my lithium, I'll do it in the way I want it. Because I may not need it, but you need it, so I will regulate it. So let's start with what we have and regulate them. Because if we don't now, we shall continue to be giving them away.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that intervention. We have a hand over there. Please give us suggestions on how we deal with these problems as well. That was amazing. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Professor Tombola. I'm the Executive Director of Ngorororo Mining Company.
Yeah.
My intervention is on the access to finance. The mining industry, when it comes to the investment loans, companies face a problem of the length of the licenses. Banks are not ready to invest for long term for a company having a license of a given period. That's one, but to overcome that, my proposal is that the Rwanda Mining Association, which has many companies and many cooperatives, they can sit. These are the, these are the homegrown solutions. They can sit, then determine what could be their saving for them to finance themselves on shared projects. That's one. Two, even these 4% of loyalty fees, which are paid by the exporters, the government of Rwanda, my proposal can be also to find a way of having 0% on that, which can be put in that fund to supplement to the mining sector to access the fund. Then from there, the banks also will find that, yes, this industry has started. Let us throw some money. Even for the development organizations can come in from what the industry will be having. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I need you to think, marinate those ideas. I'm going to come back to you. Especially, I'm looking for solutions-focused comments, thoughts that are going to solve some of the challenges that we're talking about. I love those ideas. But let me come back here, and then I'll be able to hear your thoughts from this panel. CEO, the challenge of access finance sometimes is attributed to the length of the licenses. Maybe this is in the aspect of regulation, and I want to understand maybe what is possible and what is not possible in that particular aspect of what he mentions in that sense. But also hear him talk about that basket that the associations can use to be able to support each other on common shared projects. Just talk to us a bit about those areas.
So I'll have to throw back, because if the licenses that we give now, the new licenses, they are old licenses that had lengthy period of time.
Yeah.
But if you have a small scale and you have 10 years, or you have a medium level, medium scale, and you have 15 years. And you spend 7 years doing nothing. And then you get to 7 years and you say, oh, but I want 10 more years. We're not going to grow our sector like that. Let's just be honest with ourselves. You know, I think both the Right Honorable Prime Minister and myself in my speech tried to emphasize that for us to grow this sector, we have to be honest with the reality on the ground. And let me use this opportunity to say that in the last few weeks, you've seen us publish some license revocations.
Yes.
And we're not finished. We have to continue. And the reason is simple, is we're looking at the numbers, and we have to be honest and say those who will remain in the sectors are those who are willing and able to grow this sector. Like any sector, there are people who are in the sector and shouldn't be in the sector. My work, my very difficult work, is to weed out that 10-15% that really should make way for those who can grow the sector. Then we can get into the conversations that our brother from Uganda mentioned. But for that, you need a healthy sector, right? So it cannot just be that I need more years when you've had 5-10 years of no action, and then saying, well, now I have a bank interested, so give me more years. You know, I think...
See, your baby, it takes time. It takes time. Even a child takes time to grow, to walk, to crawl.
Here is the thing, though. Before we give a mining license, we give exploration licenses. And let's be honest, because we are... turi kumwe hano.
Yes.
Hari impushya z'ubushakashatsi dutanga. Imyaka 3 igera ku 5. Umuntu akicara akajya mu gucukura gakondo. Arangije akagaruka ngo noneho mfite narangije ubushakashatsi mumpe impushya yo gucukura. Hanyuma se bagenzi, iyi sector izakorwa nande? It's a reality that we face. Kandi murabizi, nimwirengagize. Murabizi. To get to the billion plus, nibi byose tuvuga kugarura aya mafaranga mu gihugu. It will require us to be serious. Abazaguma muri sector n'ababishoboye. Nta gufata impushya ukatangira gutekereza ngo harya ibyo nkeneye nibiki. By the time you apply for the license,
you should have planned.
By the way, we sign a contract. Before we give you that license, the license is tagged to a contract of understanding between responsibilities of the Rwanda Mining Board and responsibility of the mine owner. And oftentimes, just to give you an example, you'll get, again, it's a contract that we both sign. The investor says, I'm going to produce within 6 to 8 months, I'm going to give you 20 tons a month. You visit them 3 years later, they're not even producing 1 ton a month. But this is the same person who will say, oh, but you know what, if I had a longer period, I could do better. So I think, yeah, let's be honest. Let's really ask for what is required for us to grow the sector. And then, you know, we as a regulator will also have to do our part in regulating the sector properly, so that, again, those who stay in the sector are the ones who will grow this sector and make us proud.
Right, interesting. Anyone else wants to jump in on that? Before I go in, any other question? Yeah, go ahead. Who has the microphone? Give it out. There were several hands in front here. Good. Go ahead.
Murakoze. Genda guteranya abahizi Aloyizi nkaba ndi umucukuzi w'umwuga. Ikibazo mfite cyangwa se icyifuzo nkakibaza CEO. Muzi ko ubucukuzi twabuhereye muri gakondo kandi tubuganisha muri industry. Ariko byahinduka ako kanya kuko hari procedure kuzamuka kugenda kugeza igihe ubucukuzi waye industriel. Ariko tubona uko bigenda hari ukuntu bifuza ko ubucukuzi butoya bwaba directement ubucukuzi bunini. Icyo ni ikibazo dufite, kandi mu Kinyarwanda nta mwana uvuka ngo yuzure ingobyi ku kanya. Twasabaga rero ko Rwanda Mining Board yaba ifite abaspecialiste bashobora kugera kuri tere bakereka abacukuzi batoya uko bashobora gucukura bitari bya gakondo uko umuntu yishakiye, ariko bakatwerekera icyo tugomba gukora. Ntabwo rero iyo tubikoze uko tubyumva ni kwa kundi baza bati wacukuye nabi wagize gute ibi n'ibi, ntabwo batwerekera ngo tuvuge tuti turagendera kuri iyi system. Tukaba twasabaga rero ko mwaduha abatekinisiye b'inzobere bashobora kutwerekera uko dukora.
Thank you.
Ko ibyo twihimbira nibyo bagaye.
Murakoze. Murakoze.
Ariko if I may, reka mvuge gato ariko nze kusabana PS amfashe. Hari ibintu bibiri. Icyambere muri business muracukura mukagurisha, sibyo? Twebwe yego hari ibyo twakagombye gukora birenze ibyo dukora uyu munsi, ndabyemeye. Ariko ntabwo ari twebwe turakene, nta mafaranga tugira, ntabwo tuzabashakira abakozi, ahubwo twebwe tubabwira biriya turababwira. Ariko sinzi niba mutabizi, hari amabwiriza dufite. Ukeneye mining engineer, ukeneye umushakashatsi, ukeneye no kubungabunga ubuzima bw'abakozi abakora muri mine no kubungabunga ibidukikije. Rero reka nsubire mu magambo navuze. Tushaka ko mutera imbere, cyane cyane bariya bato bakeneye ubufasha, ariko ubufasha ntabwo bwava muri leta. Ubufasha bw'ubumenyi yego, ariko ntabwo tuzashora muri kampani zanyu. Mwaje mudusaba impushya, dufitanye amasezerano rwose, dufatanye tubiganireho. No mu kanya hari izindi panels dufite. Niba nta kindi twavana mu uyu munsi, tubanze twumvikane, tumenye uwakagombye kuba acukura yitwa ko afite mine, ari umucukuzi, icyo yumva yatanga, ukuntu yateza imbere iyo mine afite, natwe tumenye ibyo twamufasha. Hari abantu dufite hano bashinzwe ubumenyi, hari natwe, ariko twebwe dushinzwe kugenzura, sibyo dushinzwe. We are the regulator. Ntabwo uzasubira inyuma ubwire regulator ariko ntabyo nshoboye kandi ntabyo wampaye. Oya, twumvikane rwose. Ko nange ndi kuri pressure, bambwira ngo mine zangiza ibidukikije. Mine abantu barapfa. So umuntu azapfa muri mine, usubira inyuma uvuge ngo Rwanda Mining Board ntabwo mwamfashije. Let's be honest, honestly. I think we really need to Oya, nange ndi kuri pressure. Pressure yange niyo kuvuga ngo mutanga impushya gusa, nibyo mushinzwe. Regulation part ntayo mureba. Igihe haba impanuka muri mine, namwe murabizi, bamwe hano murabizi, ntabwo dusinzira. Prime Minister yabivuze, leta ishinzwe kubungabunga ubuzima bw'abantu. So how do we link those two?
Correct.
Honestly, moderator, if there's no other discussion we have today, we have to understand who needs to be in this business,
and
whether he or she should stay in the business, and what is in the realm of possibilities. Ubufasha twamuha nka Rwanda Mining Board cyangwa government at large. We are here talking about access to finance and yes, it will require more muscles. It's a stakeholders approach. But really, I am here to say to you, if you have a license and you're expecting Rwanda Mining Board to come and resolve all your problems,
it will not be possible.
It will not be possible.
Yeah, thank you. I think these are conversations will continue in the next panels as well, but also continuation in the sector specific. We do not have much time, and because we also started late, I want us now to just quickly take some, takeaway, quick thoughts. And I'll start with Emmanuel at the end. Just talk to us about what we need to do moving forward, and also plugging into what CEO has said. She's been brutally honest on what needs to be done, and how can we support her from a local government perspective, even to respond to some of the perceptions that the miners could be having in terms of expectations from the Rwanda Mining Board. Maybe just very briefly.
Yeah, thank you, Jean. As a local government, we shall continue supporting the mining companies as they are working within the local government territories. So we continue supporting them, partnering with them in whatever they want, so that the mining sector would grow more. So we are committed to support them, and then and also as a local government, working with other stakeholders, we'll make sure that we fight the illegal mining that was also on the one side of that is also hindering our sector.
Yeah.
So as a local government, we are committed to continue supporting in that regard.
Thank you. PS, you are among the people from the ministry who are piling the pressure on the CEO, and the CEO pushes the pressure down there. And CEO says, hey, please also tell us, because this is not something that we all need to just sleep on the job on. It concerns people's lives. And how do we make everybody understand that you won't just be in this sector just because you think you can, but because you're actually ready to follow all the regulatory rules on the place?
I think we are giving a message that the sector of environment is not really against the mining operation. We are rather advocating for upgrading the standards for the purpose of safeguarding people's lives, but also environment. Now, why are we promoting that or advocating? I think it is in the interest itself of having better standard in this sector. Will even unlock that access to finance that we are talking about.
Yeah.
Mining is one of the environmental risk-rated projects. So therefore, it is not going to be easy if we don't have the better standard that can give confidence even to the financial market to come in. Therefore, having better standard will definitely play a positive role in unlocking the finance itself. Second is that we cannot assume that the geology or the climate will remain in the normal patterns as we have now. Therefore, if you don't build resilience of your mining site, something bad is going to happen. We have seen that on real situations as we move on. So therefore, we want to advocate for having preventive measures already on the site, but also within which will build benefits to the community. Lastly, we are part of the environment natural resource sector. Therefore, we are open to continuously have that discussion on how we can really comply to different environmental management plans that we have in respective EIAs that we have signed with concession operators. Thank you.
Nashagaga ako kanuvuze ka standards ukavuge mu Kinyarwanda cyangwa mu Gisope. We want everybody to get it. Yes, just briefly.
Twari tuvuze ko kugira ubumenyi n'amategeko tugenderaho muri aka kazi ari bimwe mu bizafasha no gukemura n'ikibazo cy'ishoramari dufite. Kubera ko ari amabanki ariko ari n'icyizere dushaka kubaka ku isoko ry'amafaranga bizaterwa n'uburyo mining site zacu zimeze. Ikindi nari mvuze nuko tutazakomeza gutekereza cyangwa gushyira mu igenamigambi rya mining business ko ibihe bidashobora guhinduka. Ni ukuvuga ngo niba ufite mining site itari protected, itubatse neza, idafata amazi neza, itafite ibipimo bya tanozi bizima, itabasha guha ibikoresho bikenewe abakozi, uko ibihe bigenda bihinduka twatangiye kubibona, imvura irimo iriyongera cyane, tuzatangira tugire ibibazo. Noneho n'abakora muri za kariyeri nabo batangiye kubibona, inzira z'amazi zirahinduka, iyi migezi yacu nitutayibungabunga izahindura inzira. Ubwo rero biri mu nyungu n'ubundi za sekta gukora icyo turimo dusaba nk'amategeko. Ikindi tunarindangirijeho nuko n'ubundi tujya gusinya amasezerano na mining operators, twakoze isuzuma ngaruka ku bidukikije zira za EIA. Rero n'ubundi tuba twabyemeje ko tuzabikora. Nimureke ntibibe impapuro tubika, ahubwo tubishyire mu bikorwa. Noneho natwe icyo turimo dutekereza ni ugushaka uko twakoroshya iri shoramari mu bidukikije, kandi nibyo turimo turakora mu kigo cya Fonerwa. Dufite facilities zashyizweho, turimo tureba uko ayo mafaranga twayageza kuri bafatanyabikorwa dukorana, ariko bazaza bujuje ibisabyo. Murakoze.
Thank you. Murakoze cyane. Janvier, message yawe especially ku bufatanye abakora muri mining sector n'abari n'abayobozi ba Rwanda Mining Board. There's a place ahantu turi kumva ko maybe harabo batumva neza akazi ka Rwanda Mining Board nka regulator nakahe, bakavuga ko maybe aba bantu baje ku kazi kamba batuma tutakora kazi kacu neza, when they're actually there to actually support you, especially on what the CEO also said. Ababishoboye n'abatishoboye, how do we ensure that those who are in the sector are actually the ones who actually can be there? Let's talk about that.
Mu kugabanya pressure iri kuri CEO, abantu bapfuye bagize bate, nibyo twe twatangiye muri New Bugarama Mining Company. Tuva muri artisanal method tujya muri semi mechanization. Bivuze iki? Nitwubaka indani imeze neza, ntabwo umuntu aragenda ngo imvura iraguye musanze muri kakobo imutabyemo. Bivuze ko turajya underground, ducukura ibyo ducukura, nitugera hanze tubiyungurure, nibisigaye tubihe abaturage nababwiye baba bakeneye ibyo kubaka babijyane. Nitugera no hanze tujye kuri ya misozi dukoraho, dutere ibiti kugira ngo hataba mass soil movement. Ikindi mbona cyakabaye cyiza, aba banyeshuri nabo badufashe baze bacuruza ubwenge bwabireka. Avuga ati dore nkuko Dr. yabivugaga, aha hantu hakorwa gutya na gutya, yerekane study, ayishyire ku rubuga ahantu ntazi, uri interested aze abigure, afite n'umutekinisiye ngaho uzabikora, tubona abantu baduha amafaranga muri sector
bakwiba ideas zabo.
Yes, bagurisha ideas.
Bagurisha ideas.
Ntabwo mugura.
Mwazigura se?
Ntabwo bagura. Ntabwo bagura. Ikibazo, sorry, I'm jumping in. On this one, hari ikibazo tugira muri sector. Kubera ko twasabye ko bazana abafite ubumenyi.
Yes.
No, atari New Bugarama. Ntabwo mvuga hari ama company akora cyangwa Trinity. There are companies that really are exemplary. Hariko, hari na companies anamuhaye akazi. Uriya mwana w'umugeologue cyangwa mining engineer. Amushira hasi ntabwo agera no kuri management. So nibyo ashobora umusaruro yatanga biguma mu mapapier nyine mukabishira mu
shelves.
Shelves. It's shelved. So niba ufite umwana ufite ubumenyi ariko nta mwanya umuha, akaba ari aho gusa ngo igihe Rwanda Mining Board izaza uvuge ko hari umukozi ushoboye uri murabizi ariko nuko bimeze. So I mean, to answer the question, it's not a straightforward. Uriya mwana abonye akazi muramwumva, ibitekerezo bye birubaka cyangwa se birafasha company. So those are the issues that we deal with. It's not just to have umuntu ufite ubumenyi akora iki muri company, who do they report to, what is their standing in the company.
Na company, is it ready to even give those internship opportunities? Thank you. Wari usoje cyangwa ushaka gato?
Yes, ariko nk'inama natanga.
Yego.
Nibura iteme y'iyi sixth session, embracing technology investment
and responsible
mining. Igisubizo kirimo hariya.
Yego.
Embracing ni iki? In brachium. Darebra mu maboko. Fata abantu bashaka kukuzanira ubumenyi muri iyo technology. Ushaka amafaranga. Niba koko wiyemeje kujya muri uwo mwuga, ushyiremo, unavuge, unakore iby'inzego zibishinzwe, especially abashinzwe regulation, bagusaba cyangwa local government cyangwa aba environment, business yawe akenshi izagenda.
Thank you. Peter, what's your parting shot? Where do we go from here? Embracing technology, investing in responsible mining. How do we move from here?
I think firstly is embracing the change that's coming. The government's vision for the industry is 100% correct. And, you know, if I look at us, 70% of our workforce used to be small-scale artisanal miners, and many of them illegal miners, in fact. And they have embraced the change. We've built the capability, and now they're very competent co-ops or subcontractor miners. And we need to do that across the industry in Rwanda. And it's going to take time. We need to build capability, but it's definitely possible because I've seen it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. CEO, you have the last word. Where do we go from here? I mean, we feel the pressure, but we also want to encourage you to just continue doing the right thing. But where do we go from here? What would you expect from the miners looking at you today, or the owners of the mines? And also from a regulatory perspective, what is in the pipeline that probably would also put a smile on their faces?
I think I said it in my speech. I said we have work to do as a regulator. We have maybe to approach it more hands-on, right? Talk to the small mine owners, understand their perspective, but also understand that we're the regulator. I think what is clear is that we have got to play our role as the regulator, and that is very much linked to growing this sector. So turi kumwe ariko nyine hari bikenewe mudufashe tuzabigereho kandi tukore neza.
All right. Thank you very much. I want us to appreciate the panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Let's appreciate them. It's not easy doing that, standing in between you and your lunch, and they've done a good job. Murakoze chane for the insights. Thank you very much, and also for you for being attentive. We have a next panel after lunch that will be moderated by Patrick Ndaruhutse, who's going to be talking about mineral processing and value addition. This is a very important conversation that I don't want you to miss. It's coming up after lunch. And then there'll be another one on tracing your minerals, literally. These are very interesting conversations that I want you to not miss out on, including other activities in this mining week. As always, my name is Eugene Anangwe, signing off. Thank you, and appreciation to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
As around the sun the earth knows she's revolving, and the rosebuds know to bloom in early May. Just Just as hate knows love's the cure, you can rest your mind assured that I'll be loving you always. As I can't reveal the mystery of tomorrow, but if I see we'll grow older every day. Just a soul that's born as new, don't know what I say is true, that I'll be loving you always. Till the rainbow burns the stars out in the sky. Always. Till the ocean covers every mountain high. Always. Till the dolphin flies in Paris, live at sea. Always. Till we dream of life and life becomes a dream. Did you know that true love asks for nothing? Her acceptance is the way we pay. Did you know that life has given love a guarantee to last through forever and another day? Some you to move on since the beginning, and the season know exactly when I change. Just as kind as not a shame, know through all your joy and pain, that I'll be loving you always. As today I know I'm living, but tomorrow could make me the past, but that I mustn't fear. For I know deep in my mind the love of me I've left behind, 'cause I'll be loving you always. Till the day is night and night becomes the day. Always. Until the trees and seas just fly up and away. Always. Until the day that 8 times 8 times 8 is 4. Always. Until the day that is the day that I know more. Always. Until the day the earth starts turning right to left. Until the earth just for the sun denies itself. Always. Until the mother nature says her work is As around the sun, the earth knows she's revolving, and the rosebuds know to bloom in early May. Just as hate knows love's the cure, you can rest your mind assured that I'll be loving you always. As I can't reveal the mystery of tomorrow, but if I see we'll grow older every day. Just a soul that's born as new, don't know what I say is true, that I'll be loving you always. Till the rainbow burns the stars out in the sky. Always. Till the ocean covers every mountain high. Always. Till the dolphin flies in Paris, live at sea. Always. Till we dream of life and life becomes a dream. Did you know that true love asks for nothing? Her acceptance is the way we pay. Did you know that life has given love a guarantee to last through forever and another day? Some you to move on since the beginning, and the season know exactly when I change. Just as kind as not a shame, know through all your joy and pain, that I'll be loving you always. As today I know I'm living, but tomorrow revolving, and the rosebuds know to bloom in early May. Just as hate knows love's the cure, you can rest your mind assured that I'll be loving you always. The sun can reveal the mystery of tomorrow, but if I see we grow older every day, just a soul that's born
The people at the back, if you could please close the doors, that would be great. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming back for the afternoon session. I hope that everyone had an amazing lunch. For this part of today's mining week, we're going to have 2 panel discussions. The first panel discussion is going to be about mineral processing and value addition. The second panel is going to be about tracing your minerals, literally. Not metaphorically, not in a dreams, literally. So I urge you to pay attention because there's so much to learn from here, especially for people with a background that is not in mining. But before we listen to the 2 discussions, we have a presentation from Sandy Walker. Sandy Walker is from Rio Tinto. I believe many of you here have heard of Rio Tinto. Am I right? You've heard of Rio Tinto, right? Tough crowd, I see, huh? Still digesting. It's all right. Anyways, so I would like to welcome Mr. Sandy Walker to give us his presentation, and I urge each and every one of you to follow attentively. Thank you very much.
Perhaps most pertinent to the discussion here in Rwanda is that we explore for new sources of those commodities in order to present growth opportunities to the business. We are a large-scale operator, as you can see from the photograph here. We operate large-scale, long-life mines. And I guess that's perhaps one of the things we really want to be bringing to Rwanda, firstly through exploration and hopefully successful exploration, which is potentially one of Rwanda's first large, long life mines, if we're successful at a job in completing the exploration phase. All right. Rio Tinto exploration, perhaps I can just quickly touch on how exploration fits within the Rio Tinto group. Rio Tinto is divided into 4 business units: iron ore, aluminium, copper, as well as minerals. And within minerals is where lithium would fit. We support these business groups through development technology and commercially. And then within development technology is Rio Tinto exploration. And our role is to seek new growth opportunities to present to the relevant product groups or business unit. Rio Tinto exploration, or RTX as it's commonly abbreviated, is a group with over 400 plus employees. We're currently exploring for 8 commodities within 18 different countries. In 2022, we spent approximately $250 million on exploration globally, on exploration and evaluation of advanced projects. In Africa alone, we've got a number of advanced projects in Southern Africa, Malawi, and Angola currently. And really, we want to expand that, and Rwanda is one of the focuses for that. As I've already mentioned, our focus really is delivering growth options to the Rio Tinto businesses. Within exploration alone, we're divided up into, I guess, 3 regions: the Americas, Africa, which we're in, which is our current region, and Australasia. And we also have a separate group which sits overarching all of that, which is exploration technology, exploration technical knowledge, and that provides specialist services from early stage exploration to metallurgy, resource definition studies, etc., across all of the exploration regions and to the business groups as well. Perhaps talking to the comment about embracing technology, we have our own dedicated facility in Melbourne, Western Australia, Melbourne in Australia, which is basically a centre of excellence for exploration technology, metallurgy, and processing studies. And that has added a lot of value to how we go about exploration over the years. Rio Tinto exploration in particular has a pretty decent track record as far as discoveries go, dating back to the discoveries in Australia in the 50s and 60s, all the way through to most recent discoveries, such as the Winu copper deposit in 2020. Some of these discoveries are still within the Rio Tinto group and actively being mined. Others have got to the end of the mine life. Others have been divested. For whatever reason, they might not be big enough. There's value elsewhere. But the bottom line is that we're good at exploring, and we wish to bring that trait to Rwanda. So that's a very quick overview of Rio Tinto and Rio Tinto exploration, and quickly takes me to Rwanda. Why are we in Rwanda? Well, I think we need to be technically driven, first and foremost, and geologically, Rwanda is prospective for lithium. And lithium is a commodity where Rio Tinto is probably the only major who is aggressively seeking new lithium opportunities. Particularly, we're looking for LCT pegmatite hosted lithium, and within that particularly, spodumene, which is this mineral which you can see here. Rwanda geologically sits in a belt which extends from southwest in the DRC up through Burundi, Rwanda into southern Uganda. And looking at Rwanda on a regional basis, we really feel that Rwanda, out of those jurisdictions, is by far the most attractive investment jurisdiction. It's got a conducive investment framework, and while exploration doesn't exactly fit into it, certainly we're having some very productive conversations with the authorities so far about how we can work together and progress our desire to seriously explore in Rwanda. And finally, Rwanda's it's a very safe operating environment. We believe that we can work in harmony with the communities and the authorities here in Rwanda, and quickly form a partnership which is mutually beneficial. A little bit about the lithium exploration process. As I mentioned, Rio Tinto is the only major mining company currently exploring for lithium. We're actively exploring globally, and the result of that, we've built up very quickly a very good understanding of what's required to quickly advance lithium exploration. And we think that we can take that expertise and bring it to Rwanda to quickly advance what is a lot of discussion about potential, and take that to a higher degree of certainty, hopefully quickly to a discovery, and eventually, but as quickly as possible, to a decision to mine if the size of the resource is great enough. To do that, we can't just come here and have one project. So some of the discussions we're having is building up a portfolio of projects. The reality is that not all exploration projects are successful. In fact, most of them are not. So the best way to ensure exploration success is to have a number of projects in the portfolio, all at different stages, and they're constantly reprioritized, such that the one that's looking the most promising gets the resources it needs to either progress or fall away, and then we constantly go through that cycle. There's naturally a lot of uncertainty with that, but that's just how exploration works. And for all the tools in the world and all the groups that are around who talk about AI and all the rest of it, the reality is that what's going to be required here to quickly advance exploration is activities like this. Basic field mapping, collection of geophysical data on the ground, as some of these pictures show, airborne surveys with specialist attachments on helicopters, and all that is really aimed at quickly leading to getting drill holes in the ground, which I guess is what the final picture on the bottom right-hand side shows here in this slide. Expanding on that a little bit further, really we view mineral exploration in the exploration pipeline. I guess it can be expressed in a diagram a little bit like this. On the left-hand side, we start out with a large number of projects. Those which look promising move along the pipeline to the right, and that's pretty much where our first joint venture is with Aterian at the moment. Over the last 3 to 4 months, we've been undertaking target definition activities down in the Nyanza-Hui region. And hopefully next year, we'll be moving to the target testing phase, bringing the drill rig in early next year. If that's positive, then it will continue to move to the right. But the reality is that just one project is not going to make it all the way to the end of this pipeline. So really, what we want to be doing is continuing to build up our portfolio of projects at different stages of this pipeline. Mineral exploration is expensive. It needs the right resources, the right capabilities, and I think that's been touched on this morning by Yamina and others. You can see the numbers here. As you get further down this pipeline, it becomes increasingly more expensive to evaluate and ultimately develop a large-scale, long-life mine. And it takes time as well, and you can't put an exact number on it. You know, best case scenario, 4 or 5 years, but you know, there's situations where there's delays or there's unexpected situations. So you know, you're talking a time scale of sometimes 4 to 10 years. So there's a lot of persistence and trust and patience required in mineral exploration. But ultimately, you know, once we are successful and we get to the end goal, that's when the returns start to manifest themselves, both for the investor, but also for the jurisdiction. Not just in terms of tax royalties, but large number of jobs, tertiary growth around the communities where the mines are developed, etc. Perhaps a good example close by here is the Minono deposit in the DRC. Just to be clear, Rio Tinto are not interested in that, but it is a nearby example, only several hundred kilometres away. That's much further down the pipeline. And that's the sort of size of deposit that we're looking for. So sort of 100, 200 million tonnes at 1.5, 1.6%. That's what we're talking about when we speak about large-scale, long-life mines. Just to give the people in the room an idea of the numbers. So look, I'm not going to say too much more than that at this stage. I'd really just like to reiterate again how pleased we are to be in Rwanda exploring for lithium. And just to be clear, it is lithium that we're exploring for. We're pleased to have partnered with Alterian on the Kanunga joint venture. And as I've mentioned, we've been active there for 3-4 months now. We've already completed a number of target generation, target definition activities. We're pleased to say that has went extremely well. Our engagement with the local government there has been fantastic, exceptionally welcoming. We were really pleased to participate recently in Umuganda, and we look forward to expanding those activities even more next year. Finally, I'd just like to say how appreciative we are of the support of the Rwandan government. You know, discussions so far have been fantastic. It's also very refreshing, you know, as we heard this morning, to hear from the government recognising that things are not perfect and there's really open and frank discussions, and that's extremely welcoming and refreshing. Yep, we look forward to building up a portfolio and continuing to work in Rwanda in the years to come. And we hope that we can deliver exploration success. And just to be clear, exploration success means the discovery of a large-scale lithium resource and the decision to mine it as quickly as possible. Thank you for this opportunity to address the audience today, and hopefully we'll see you all around in Kigali and elsewhere in Rwanda in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy Walker. Mu ncamake mvuze mu Kinyarwanda ku byo Sandy Walker atugejejeho. Sandy Walker yaje yaturutse mu kigo cy'ubucukuzi cyitwa Rio Tinto. Yatubwiye ko Rio Tinto ari kampani ya kabiri nini ku isi mu bintu bijyanye na mining. Yongeraho ko bacukura amabuye atandukanye harimo copper, diamond na aluminium n'andi menshi. Yatubwiye ko bakorera mu bihugu bigeze kuri 35 ku isi. Anongeraho ko impamvu Rio Tinto iri mu Rwanda ni gukora exploration cyangwa icyo bita ubushakashatsi bw'amabuye y'agaciro. Yavuze impamvu bahise mu Rwanda nka Rio Tinto ari uko u Rwanda, geography y'u Rwanda ifite akazoza mu bijyanye n'amabuye. yongeyeho kandi ko politiki y'u Rwanda ikurura abashoramari, anongeraho ko impamvu y'u Rwanda ari uko ari umutekano mu bikorwa bya business. Yatubwiye ko mu Rwanda hari pegmatite za lithium ariko zitaragaragazwa neza ku buryo umuntu yazibyaza umusaruro ku buryo bukwiye. Yongeyeho ko batazakora projet imwe gusa ahubwo bazakora ibikorwa bizateza n'imbere mining y'u Rwanda. Yavuze ko bafite gahunda yo kuinvestisa cyangwa gushora imari ingana na hagati ya miliyoni 1 kujya miliyoni 50 z'amadolari mu gihe cy'imyaka 4 kugera mu myaka 20. Asoza yavuze ko Rio Tinto yishimiye kubiri mu Rwanda, anashimira leta y'u Rwanda kubw'ubufatanye n'ukuntu ibafasha mu bikorwa bakora. Arangiza avuga ko gahunda ihari ari yo guteza imbere ubucukuzi bwa lithium mu Rwanda, kandi anabashimira mwese kuba mwaje hano. So Sandy Walker, thank you again for the nice presentation. Thank you for telling us more about Rio Tinto. I believe there will be so many questions, so anyone who wishes to speak to Sandy, I think he's still here for the mining week, so you can personally reach out to him. So in order to save time, we'll jump straight to the second panel discussion. But before we do that, I have to remind everyone that anyone who wishes to be part of tomorrow's activities has to go to the badge station to register. So tomorrow there's 2 visits. There's one visit to the gold refinery, and there's another visit to one of the mining companies. So if you wish to be part of the visits, please register at the badge station. So that's where you collected the badges. And the departure time tomorrow is 10 a.m. at RMB's office. Thank you very much. Bivuge no mu Kinyarwanda, abifuza kuzajya mu ruzinduko ejo baze kujya kwiyandikisha aho bafatiye amabaji. Uruzinduko rw'ejo hazaba gusura rwa ruganda rutunganya zahabu Gasabo Gold, habeho no gusura company ya mining. Umuntu rero wifuza kuba yaba muri urwo ruzinduko yibuke ko agomba kwiyandikisha aho yafatiye badge. Murakoze cyane. As we move on to the next panel discussion, I'll walk closer to the panel since I'll be the moderator. And this session is going to focus on mineral processing and value addition. RMB did a great job to pick experienced panelists from a diverse range of expertise. So I urge you to listen attentively because there's so much to learn. Allow me to introduce our panelists for today. But before I do that, I have to remind you that Rwanda Mines Petroleum and Gas Board has the mission to leverage the sector as a catalyst for structural transformation, industrialization, sustainable growth, as well as fostering linkages with other sectors. The panelists will analyze the impact of mine mechanization on operation efficiency and safety. The panel will also dig into the critical aspect of value addition through refineries and smelters. They'll shed a light on how these processes enhance the overall mineral value chain. So, our first panelist is the founder and CEO of PowerX, the first ever coltan refinery plant in Rwanda. He's deeply committed to advancing the development of the Rwanda mining industry. His mission is to ensure that minerals sourced from Rwanda undergo a comprehensive transformation before reaching the global market. I had a chance to talk to him, and he also mentioned that he's exploring the possibility of applying his products in the local manufacturing industry. So ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Ray Power. Many of you present here today are familiar with Luna Smelter, a household name in the mining industry of Rwanda. In 2018, Luna Smelter pioneered a groundbreaking tin smelting facility here in Rwanda. They set a new standard for mineral value addition and redefined expectations and elevated the industry's benchmarks. At the heart of that success stands our next panelist. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Managing Director of Luna Smelter, Mr. Joseph Butera. Welcome. There's a common belief within the industry that optimal success of our mining sector is hindered by limited access to investment opportunities. Our next panelist has proved that with enough dedication and proper strategy, you can break through those barriers. His company, Ritech, is one of the top producers of wolfram here in Rwanda. His company also has a fully operational modern mineral processing plant. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Managing Director of Ritech, Mr. Ernest Tsanzineza. Our last panelist has over a decade of experience in processing diamonds. He's worked for some of the biggest mining companies, including Rio Tinto, actually. He's currently working as the mining expert for RMB. He's supporting in improving and optimizing the mineral processing industry of Rwanda. He's also developing a mineral processing guidebook that will help miners to improve processing activities and optimize efficiencies. Please welcome Mr. Zapasi Mashija.
We can shout. There you go. He's on. You're good. It's on.
I hope everybody can hear me. Yes? Great. Thank you. So I'll not waste any time and I'll jump straight to the questions. My first question goes to you, Mr. Ray. As we speak, PowerX is in the final testing phase and planning to launch soon. It must have been a very complex and time-consuming process. So from that experience, can you share with us how mineral value addition can contribute to structural transformation and sustainable growth of a country? Thank you.
Yeah, and I will try and be very quick, so I'll be like drinking water through a fire hose. I'm going to thank the colleague from Rio Tinto just now for explaining that exploring and doing a feasibility study in a mine takes a long time. We did spend, first of all, about 4 years doing mining exploration and feasibility work on our mines out in the Ongarero province, on account of the fact we do need a critical mass in order to invest in a chemical processing facility. We heard earlier from our colleague from Kenya, I believe, regarding value creation rather than just value addition. I think there's a distinction in the tantalum industry in that it actually is more like a specialty chemicals industry than a metal industry, and it is proper metallurgy. We, this year, have refined tantalum, niobium, we've done piloting of lithium as well. These are all critical minerals in the big wide world, but they're also things that are right here in the Rwandan pegmatites. Now, we have started, I suppose on industrial terms, relatively small scale, but tantalum is a kilogram business. It's taken us about 7 years to do the feasibility study from start to scratch, from scratch until now, and we came into production in June this year. We've been doing product qualification. I think it's important to understand the products we create are a bit different than what my colleague from Luna makes. We don't make really a commodity, we make an intellectual property-based product, which takes several months to qualify and then goes into electronics productions or aerospace later on. So it is a bit of a pioneering investment in the continent of Africa. It's the first, it's the only. But we did face the problem of having no chemicals industry. So if I can use the format just for 30 seconds to speak to the discussion earlier about what can East Africa or Africa do for value creation. Actually, we have to start with the question of a chemical industry, because there isn't one. The global chemical industry is $3.5 trillion. The continent of Africa has only a $24 billion market share, which is 0.7%. Yet, the chemical industry comprises of organic and inorganic. Both of those categories, 50-50, are available here and across the continent. Many of them here in East Africa locally. If we focus first on stimulating the chemical industry in parallel with the mining industry, I think we can see leapfrogging advancements to high-tech aerospace alloys. I would venture to say that in the next quarter, if we leverage relationships here in Kigali, Remco is one manufacturer of steel products. Additives from our niobium and tantalum can make aerospace alloys. So just to say, I think our investment has taken about 7 years. It's been complicated, it's vertically integrated, but it is the start of a bigger journey that we hope the rest of the continent will join with us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ray. Before I go, I give the floor to you, Joseph. I think I'll translate a bit about what Ray said. Ray Power, umuyobozi wa Power X, atubwiye ko gahunda yo gukora uruganda rutunganya coltan ari gahunda yatwaye igihe kirekire. Ni gahunda yatwaye imyaka igera kuri 7, natwara amafaranga menshi ashoboka. Atubwira ko bo icyo bakora ntago ari ukubona umusaruro bongera bakagurisha nk'amabuye, no kubona umusaruro ujya gukorwa mu bikorwa nko gukora amatelefone cyangwa n'ibyogajuru. Yagarutse ku kibazo gihari gikomeye ari nacyo bakunda guhura nacyo mu murongo w'akazi bakora. Yavuze ko hari ikibazo cya produit chimique. Produit chimique kuzibona biragoye, anavuga ko icyo kibazo umuntu aramutse agikemuye kikajyana n'ibikorwa by'ubucukuzi yaba ari impinduka ikomeye mu bijyanye no gukora ibyogajuru. I think I covered most of what you said, so I'll go to you next, Mr. Joseph. So my question to you, Joseph, is as someone who's at the core of Luna's success, how can you describe the role of mineral value addition in local industrialization as well as economic growth?
Thank you so much, Patrick. First of all, what we do here is a complement to the mining industry. So we buy cassiterite, which is mined here and in the region, and we produce another product. We produce the tin metal, which is sold on the market as a product of Rwanda and as being made in Rwanda. So first of all, that's another layer we're giving to the industry here and to the country. And I believe Africa needs this. This is the right time for Rwanda as a country, politically stable, economically thriving, and the industry is time to develop, and then we can create more jobs. So wherever a container leaves with the concentrates, it's taking jobs out of the country. So what this would do is that we would create more jobs here. After us, let's say, a tin metal production, there will be another layer of other producers. So that would be like the solder industry and other layers that could come up. So I think we have room and we have a chance and an opportunity as a country to be a base for the development of a particular industry, specialized industry. Because if you look at the tin production in Africa, Rwanda comes, this is by fact, if you look at the USGS report every year that is published, Rwanda is there in the tin producers. So, and look, if you look at the region, it's a big percentage we do as a region. So I think there's room for us as a country from where we are. The gentleman from Uganda mentioned earlier as talking about trade finance. It can't be only one layer, it has to be the whole layer. And I think that's where we have a room to develop. We are also looking at, when we produce the metal, we have some byproducts. So once you sell cassiterite as its own, the lead that is there is not recovered here locally. It's not sellable. So someone else is recovering that part, and also the slugs that contain tantalum, which is not being recovered. So hopefully, in the end, Ray could buy these slugs and get the coltan out or the tantalum out. So I think there's all that synergies that we need, as an industry and develop. So all these would be jobs and highly competitive jobs that need skilled personnel, and that would be the workforce that we would train as a country and also compete globally in terms of this industry. So I think we play a role, and we can play a bigger role. Of course, we get the support, and we also like to get more material coming from the country and also from the region. So there's room for us to develop, and there's also room that other industries can develop after what we do as a layer. You would have to get some of the OEMs here, the original equipment manufacturers, to come and set up here. If they see there's the metal that is being produced, there's the chemicals that Ray is producing. So maybe in the end we can get the producers of sophisticated commodities, all items like capacitors, circuit boards, and all that. But all that needs to be developed with the synergy and support from all the agencies that can support us. Another thing is that once you create this layer of industry, you get the local purchases. You get to buy, you get new suppliers of commodities that, let's say, being exported or imported, but you get another business that develop, and all that brings a multiplier effect to the economy. So there's big chance for us to develop as an industry and as a country, but we need to look ahead and make decisions that can make this happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph, for the insightful information. And I'm happy to see that the key players in the industry are also looking for ways to collaborate with each other. I think it's of so much value for our mining industry. So my next question goes to you, Mr. Ernest. Many miners contemplate switching to modern mechanized mineral processing technologies. So as someone who has overcome that dilemma and piloted a modern mineral processing plant, can you share with us your experience in terms of efficiency, the impact it had, and the lessons you learned in the process? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. It's an honor to speak here on behalf of Alightis family. Alightis family, we accepted that we are a young company, about 10 years before we used some artisanal methods. And now we introduced the new pillar, which is processing plants, because we have seen that nowadays you cannot go beyond when you don't introduce a new thing. So now my experience, the experience we have after 3 years, 4 years, it is that processing plant is a good thing when you are seeing in the cost management, how to cover when you cover minerals, the use of man, the cost we use before to cover the final minerals when using ground series. Now we are better using the processing plant. It is not easy to understand that, because when we get there in our site in 2017, all people understand that the mining is have to be artisanal. So when you get there, it is hard to explain our population, to explain the workers that we have to introduce new methods. So we benefit twice, because we get mineral from the coronium, even from the coronial materials. So now all those materials are coming to put into the processing plants, and then you get more minerals from now. So it is also new job creation. Before, we started the processing plant with all about 400 people. So after we have generated the new job, 120 job, and the gender inclusive. Before gender females knows that mining is very heavy, there is a job which is very heavy. Now, from that, female are coming to join us as they know that it's no longer heavy. They use some machine which are not heavy, so it is very better. So we benefited from waste because all materials we consider before like a waste, it is coming to generate some minerals. So there is also the understanding, the mindset change. People, our worker knows that what you have to do is to go to dig, only to dig without using some more technologies. Now it is coming, it is increasing. We have introduced some methods, some tunnels. Now we get 7 kilometers of tunnels. All materials are coming out and go to engage them in the processing plant. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ernest, I'm sure the audience is curious to know, was it worth it?
What?
Building a mineral processing plant, was it worth it?
Was it?
Worth it? Was it worth the effort in the end when you did it? Can you say it was a good idea or a bad idea to do it?
Yeah, building a processing plant is a good idea. And we have to change our minds, because when our brothers knows that investing is a thing which is difficult, but you can't get more profit without investment. I believe in investment because investment gives the solution which we waited so many years.
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, you've heard it from the best. If you're still contemplating on building a processing plant, I think you have your answer. It's worth it, and it's worth the investment. Thank you very much, Ernest. I'll move on to our next panelist. And Zapasi, my question to you is, as a metallurgist with ample experience in mineral production, can you talk us through the process of mechanizing a small-scale mine and its impact on operational efficiency as well as safety? Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. So basically, before we go into the mechanization of things, I would like to just draw you into a simple analogy so that we are all on the same page. So I believe that everyone here has opened a bank account before, a personal bank account or corporate bank account. So basically what happens when you walk into the bank, the critical thing that they ask you is know your customer requirements, your details like your home address, your name, your identification, and all that. So if you're opening a personal account and a corporate account, you'll find out that almost the requirements for know your customer are almost similar. The only difference now comes on the tail end, ideally for a normal individual personal account and a normal corporate account, is the amount of volumes of money which is being transacted in the account and the cost of transaction in that account. So the same applies when you come to mechanization. Whether you are a 100,000 ton per hour plant or a 1 ton per hour plant, there are basic principles and pillars that you need to follow if you are to embark on a mechanization project. So coming to mechanization, so there are two lives of mechanization. There is mechanization, the event, which is what normally most of us see when the plant is there and or the mine is ready to operate and we are seeing the equipment there and it's ready to run. But behind the mechanization, the event, there is what we call mechanization, the process. And the process is what feeds into the event. Unfortunately, many a times you find that when you want to embark on a mechanization project, you quickly land on mechanization, the event. And what happens after that is you'll have a disaster. If it runs, if that plant runs, if that operation runs, is mainly basically by luck. But the amount of work that you have put behind that event is what then determines if you are going to be able to take up your process. So basically, mechanization, the process, what does it entail? It entails answering 3 basic questions. The first question is, what should it be? The second question is, the first question is, what could it be? The second question is, what should it be? And the third question is, what will it be? So basically, those are the 3 key questions that you have to answer as you are driving towards mechanization, the event. And why basically you want to say that is coming to the technical side of things. It reminds me of my previous life. We had an HSE individual on our team. And when he was always reporting on statistics and giving his presentations, he would talk of things like phalanges and stuff like that. And what are you talking about? Yet he's talking about fingers and things like that. So we would always ask him to at least speak in English. So also from the technical side of projects, you also find that we then have these technical terms, mainly that we use to lose everyone in the room. So what could it be? Is basically the conceptual study phase, the conceptual phase of your project, trying to understand the big block items in terms of what you are trying to achieve. What should it be is what many times people will call the preliminary feasibility or pre-feasibility study phase, and what will it be is ideally your feasibility study phases. So these are the 3 critical building blocks of any developmental, of any mechanization project, any developmental project that you want to do in a mining operation. So coming to the conceptual side of things. So for you to move from conceptual, so it's in that order: conceptual study, preliminary, feasibility, and feasibility study. For you to move across that broad spectrum, you have go, no-go questions that you have to answer. If it's a go, you proceed to the next stage. If it's a no-go, you don't proceed to the next stage. So coming to the conceptual study, it's basically you're at site, you know that your ground is mineralized, so you've got some mineral in the soil. It can be cassiterite, it can be coltan. You know that by theory that there have been instances and there are examples of processes where you have able to separate and extract your value from your waste minerals. So basically in a block format, that is what you are saying. And your go, no-go question that you want to answer there is, does it make sense? So once you say is that it makes sense, you proceed on to your preliminary study. If it doesn't make sense, you have to go back and try and make it sense. Unfortunately, most of the times you'll find that mechanization projects are also then fast-tracked from a conceptual stage right into an implementation stage. So there are many things that make sense, but at the end of the day, you might find out that they don't give results. Come to sub-Saharan Africa, we've got some very hot months. It makes sense for you if you want to live in an igloo like the Eskimos, and it will make you cool enough during the summer months. But the question is, will the igloo survive the high temperatures? No, it doesn't. So also the same applies in terms of operations. We have seen many projects whereby you find somebody has moved straight from conceptual and he has implemented his mechanization project, and it's seated on the ground, and you want to run it, but you find that you do not have water to run that plant, you don't have power to run that plant, you don't have access to the site that you have chosen in terms of road networks and all that. So that is the critical hindrance for you from moving from one phase right up to the end. So we then move into the pre-feasibility stage. The pre-feasibility stage, basically what you're doing, remember this is what should it be? And basically what you're looking at is this number of scenarios that you've presented. Am I going underground? Am I going open cast? If I'm going underground, what are the options that are available for open ground? Is it a room and pillar? Is it a stoping method? Is it a block caving method, all of those from a mining perspective. Coming to your processing perspective, is you know that you've got your gravity concentration processes, you've got your flotation processes, and all of those in terms of their mirrors and circuits. You've got a number of scenarios. And what you want to come out with is the best approach. So that is your go, no-go question from that place. What is the best scenario of these scenarios that I'm looking at? And then once you go through that, you've selected your best scenario, you are now in your feasibility study. Your feasibility study is basically you now really testing and optimizing your best fit process from your pre-feasibility study. And what you're looking at, remember when you get to as you're going through your feasibility and pre-feasibility, you've got samples from a processing plant side of things, you've collected samples, and those samples are going to inform what type of circuitry you're going to have and what type of plant you're going to have. So having done that, obviously if it's a brownfields operation, I'll talk about that one later. Let me talk about the greenfields. The greenfields is not easy as per se, but it's a bit more forgiving in that you're going to take your samples, and your samples are your ore of tomorrow, which will inform your process plant. When you get to a brownfields operation now, what happens is you've got production data, and you've also got samples from a mark pile somewhere or a face, an open face that is working. So basically the key mistake that you can, if you do all your sampling right, the key mistake that you can arrive at is designing a plant for yesterday's ore. So you want to make sure that your sample is well representative of yesterday's ore, but you also do a sensitivity analysis in your feasibility studies, such that you are tracing if my grade goes up, if my grade goes low, if my throughput goes up, if my throughput goes low. And critical skills that are required for these processes are your geological skill, your metallurgical skill, your mining skill set, and your financial skill set. It can be resident in one person, it can be 4 different people, or it can be 10 people, so that you bring those skill sets to the table. So once you do your sensitivity analysis, what you have done is you have stress tested this project, this mechanization project, and it's now ready for implementation. And by the time you are done with feasibility, you are about 50% done as well with your engineering work that needs to be done. So having taken these concepts, these pillars, and walking through them, and you've walked through them, you are now in a position to then say, can I then implement my developmental mechanization project? And having ticked that, and critical to that in closure is why do we want to do this? We want to optimize our end product, be it either our mining method or our processing plant, because we do not want to sterilize the ore. What do I mean when I say sterilize? You'll find out that you might design a smaller plant, but once you design a smaller plant, you have to high grade your ore in order to feed into the plant for it to make financial sense. In so doing, what you're doing is anything which is marginal or low grade around your high grade remains in the ground and is not mined. And it does not make any sense for anyone who then wants to come and mine on it. Yet if you do a proper sampling, you understand your ore body, you understand your reserve, you then design your plant speaking to your reserve. And then once you do that, you then optimize and you do not sterilize that ore body. Another critical thing is...
Zapasi, I had to cut you off. But can you, in one word, you've told us the benefits on efficiency. Can you, in like 1 or 2 words, tell us also its impact on safety?
On safety.
Yes.
All right, so basically in terms of impact on safety is critically when you look at outside mechanization, it's manual work, and mostly of the things that happen in manual work is ergonomic issues from a safety front, is fatigue issues, and all of those introduce safety concerns when it comes to operation. So most of those are taken out by you going mechanization. But the critical thing is also mechanization also brings its own risks onto the table, because remember, this is now powered, mechanical powered equipment. So you also, as a leadership, as a team, you have to look into those new risks that you have brought on board and how you handle them, and also how you mitigate against them, against your employees getting injured.
All right. Thank you very much, Zapasi. There's so much to talk about when it comes to mineral processing and mechanization. But unfortunately, we only have a handful of minutes to conduct this panel. So as we approach the end of this discussion, I know you have so many questions that you might want to ask our panelists. The good thing is that the mining week is going to last for 3 days. so you have enough time to personally approach them and ask them all the questions you might have. But I think I'll take one or two burning questions from the audience. So if you could raise your hand, if you have a burning question that you feel that you cannot go home without getting an answer, please raise your hand. I'll pick two of them, and then we'll move on to the next session. Are there any questions? Yes, there's someone who raised their hand. Yes, can someone please get a microphone to her? All right. And please specify who you want, who the question is addressed to.
Thank you very much. I am Gloria Sokobere Infra. I am the project manager of Bera Mining, RCS Global Group. My question goes to Tara. Since Lundas Malta is acting both in the upstream and midstream company, do you have any plans to also consume minerals you produce and turn them into final products? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So our main focus is to make sure that we can supply enough raw materials, cassiterite, for the feed we need. We need 360 tons of cassiterite per month, and that's our goal. What we produce is so small to that, but since the question is here, I would also like to use this chance to say something else to add on that. I think we have a responsibility towards our next generation to tell them what did we do with the non-renewable resources that we mine. And I'm talking about us as miners that are in the audience. Once you mine it, it doesn't go back. But the responsibility is what did we do with them? I think it will be, it's an opportunity that we have a chance, that we have companies that are trying to do something. Like you have seen the works that GGL is doing, the works that PowerX is doing, and what we are doing is to make sure that we can add value and create new jobs. So that's a responsibility we have for the generations to come, and I think we have a chance to achieve that. So if I may conclude on that, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Glorious, for the question. I'll pick one last question before we conclude. Wow, that means that everything was clear. Everything said here today was clear. That's great. Please clap for our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching the end of this panel discussion, but I have one last question for each of our panelists. If you can please answer in like 1 to 2 sentences maximum. So my question is, what advice would you give to miners regarding implementing value addition in their businesses? I'll start with you, Ray.
On the mining side, it comes down to mineral processing. I think has been exhaustively pronounced on what a feasibility study entails. Mining is high risk. Don't put your money in if you can't lose it, and make sure you have good stop points. That's true, right? You know, you don't know what's in the ground. But spend the money on research before you spend on a processing plant. And if you want to come and see, you can come and see a video outside on our stand of what a full-scale industrial plant looks like in process, and we're willing to share our knowledge and come and visit our mine anytime.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Joseph?
Thank you. Like I said, I think we stand a chance to stop exporting our jobs. We need to do the value addition here, and it's a great time to do it, and I think it's if we can all take it on, that we owe to our generations to come to explain to them what we did with our minerals, and this will be it. So I think value addition is key, and for the future of the country. Thank you.
All right. Over to you, Mr. Ernest.
Thank you. My advice to my colleagues is that they have to learn from the best. They have to learn from someone who have already set the processing plants, because there is nothing without innovation. We have to innovate, to be innovative. We have to introduce new section of which is processing plants. So from that, they have to make sure that they invest in the mine, because without investment, there is nothing new. The investment is a must. Thank you.
All right, up to you, Zapasi. One sentence.
One sentence. All right, I'll try and do it in one sentence. Thank you very much. So basically, I would say let's transition from art to science. Why am I saying that? When we look at mechanization is bringing variability out of your process operation, out of your mining operations. Because what you are doing is outside mechanization, you are mainly depending on the skill of the person who's doing the ground sluicing or the panning, and that is art. But we want to progress onto the science of things whereby you run your plant in a variable, controlled manner. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Another round of applause for our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion has come to an end. Key takeaways from this discussion is that mining is risky, so if you're willing to risk it, you'll get the reward. That's from Ray.
Maybe.
And Mr. Joseph reminded us that we have to be responsible with our mining activities because we owe it to our descendants to prove that we sourced the minerals responsibly. Ernest mentioned that we have to learn from the best. And I believe that's a good idea. There's always someone who's done it better, so it's always good to learn from them. And Zampasi concluded that we have to transition from art to science. And I don't think this is a dig at artists, but in our mining industry, we have to be more scientists than artists. But I have nothing against artists, though, to be clear. It's a great career as well. Anyways, thank you very much for being an attentive audience. Thank you very much to the panels, and on behalf of everyone sitting here, I'd like to thank you and wish you to enjoy the rest of this evening. Thank you very much.
That was the end of the second panel discussion. We'll jump straight into the third in order to save time. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Mr. Evode Imena, the moderator of Trace Your Minerals, literally. You can do better than that. Come on, yes. Thank you, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I know most of us are very tired, but you have had a good day, and we'll be having a cocktail, so we don't want to spend a lot of time between you and your cocktail. But we have a good conversation. It's about traceability. The theme of our panel discussion is Trace Your Minerals Literally. So the RMB made a very good selection of 4 experienced panelists, and I want to invite them to join me on the stage. I would want to start with Michael Doden. He's the program manager at ITSKI. Please, a round of applause. I know you all know ITSKI, the Rio Supply Chain Initiative. Our second panelist is the CEO and founder of Minex. Minex have a dream of connecting miners to the world with traceability, transparency, and trust. Please help me to welcome Marcus Scaramanga. Where is Marcus?
He's not traceable.
He's not traceable. No problem. Maybe he's joining us later. Our Our third panelist is the manager of digital solutions at RCS Global. Please welcome Mr. Copin Fabrice Bien-Aimé. And I know you all want to hear from our Deputy CEO, Dr. Ivan Twagirashema, the Deputy CEO of the Rwanda Mines Petroleum and Gas Board. Please welcome, Doctor.
Dodin, what is blockchain? If I may start like that.
That's a very interesting question to start. I'm not sure I'm the best person to talk about blockchain because we haven't worked on blockchain. And maybe that's the best answer to provide you. Because, you know, it's key, as many of you will know, has been working in Rwanda for nearly 15 years. And we know well what traceability means because we've been supporting traceability, mineral traceability for nearly 15 years in Rwanda and beyond, covering the entire supply chain from mine to smelter. And we do that at scale. So it's also important to see that sometimes the most simple solutions are the ones that work the best. So we've been, covering more than 200 mines, active mines at the moment in Rwanda, tracing tin, tantalum, and tungsten from those mines up to the smelter, to the benefit of nearly 40,000 artisanal miners in Rwanda. And that's, I think, for me, a great achievement without blockchain, and yet accepted by the market. And I think the answer to that lies somewhere else. It's about all the other work that we do beyond traceability, and most importantly, around due diligence, right? And that's maybe the best answer to talk about traceability. And the theme of this week, Mining Week, also mentioned responsible mining, responsible sourcing. And that's, to me, the key element. It is due diligence. And traceability is a part of due diligence, but it's not all of it. And that's why maybe not that I want to break the illusion of technology, but technology will at no point replace some of the checks that are needed to conduct due diligence, to facilitate companies to perform the due diligence. Technology will not tell you what type of risks you have at a mine. It will not tell you whether your production is plausible, whether you have safety issues, whether you have human rights issues, informal mining, child labor. It also won't tell you whether the person who entered the data in the first place has entered reliable data. So this is, to me, the perfect example that you do need something that goes beyond technology. Technology can be of great help, and we work a lot on that. But it's not the end of it. The answer, to me, is somewhere else, is in the ongoing monitoring and support that you provide to miners.
Thank you very much. In this session, we want to examine the transformative potential of technology, and we also want to discuss how we can digitize mining-related services. So I wanted to ask Dr. Ivan, RMB as the regulator, what are the vision and strategies to ensure traceability and transparency across the mining sector in the long-term development of the sector?
Thank you so much, Evode. I'm happy to be sitting here with RCS and ITSKI, our main scheme, and we had a long journey with them since 2012, when Dodd-Frank regulation was initiated. But when we see the move now going on at the moment and also for the future, we can't talk about those kind of solutions without bringing in technology. And it doesn't mean the existing scheme had a weakness, but it means we have also to follow the requirement of the buyer on international market. And today, blockchain technology is allowing to sort out some of the issues on how you can cheat, for example, while you are using instrument like the tags you saw on the stand in the morning. So technology is the way to go, and the technology is now accepted by the regional certification mechanisms, especially ICGRR group, where you have all the countries surrounding DRC, including DRC, and each country which will be able to implement a blockchain technology, or even at national level, it will be accepted like any scheme we have been running at the moment. So it's the future, we can't go about it, and we already have something going on. We have Minex, unfortunately they are not on the panel. We have MineSpider, and we have also some companies like PowerX, they were on the previous panel. They're implementing their own blockchain technology as long as a refinery is allowed to register the products out of the refinery as the origin, because they are mixing different kind of material, and the finished products out of the refinery is a made in Rwanda product. I think I can end up here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Technology is the way to go. Now, Mr. Bien-Aimé, with your extensive experience in digital traceability, can you take us through your experience with digital traceability and how you could, with cutting-edge technology, how traceability is being integrated in your cutting-edge technology?
Thank you so much, Evod. Working on traceability with RCS Global has been a journey as well, as Itki presented, and as Doctor has mentioned. It's something that evolves with time, and when it starts, it comes with hurdles, it comes with difficulties. For us, it's not only about creating a tool, it's also about supporting the mining sector to responsibly source and to also provide transparency in what is being done. Tracing minerals with our platform has empowered the mine sites that we work with to understand and be able to analyze data, to be able to provide a proof of origin of where the minerals are coming from. But it also was mentioned earlier that technology as a standalone will not do it. So our traceability efforts go hand in hand with other activities and will still involve human factor that will ensure that the data that is being collected is accurate and is very, very plausible, and that this data can actually be used to make the actual proper decisions moving forward.
Thank you very much. We are talking about traceability, we are talking about digitalizing the system and services we offer to the mining industry. And I know most of the people here operating mines have challenges linked to the cost of traceability. How is technology going to have an impact on the costs? Michael.
Well, first of all, I mean, with regard to Itski, we have we started to use a paper-based system, right? Because it was easy, it was cheap, and it allowed us to scale up very rapidly to cover a wide demand rapidly. Now, we've been investing in the last 5-7 years in technology development. I agree we need to digitalize more. And it has shown great results so far. We have already rolled out electronic data collection in Burundi, fully at all level, for 2 years now, covering mine, processing, export level. And we are about to roll out electronic data collection in Rwanda as well at the beginning of 2024, also at all level, mine, processing, and export. And I believe it will help, of course, to have faster access to data. It may help to address costs, but to me, costs remain still elsewhere. It remains in the human monitoring that needs to be done to address any type of risks that you have in the supply chain. So the technology, traceability, can be of a solution, it can be part of a solution, but it won't create a miracle in terms of reducing necessarily costs of due diligence. And I think the question is much more broader and should be addressed in a broader sense rather than limiting it to the technology question only.
Thank you very much. We've been trying to trace Marcus, and thanks to technology, we got him now. So,
thank you, and sincere apologies for being late. I slightly lost track of the time, but thank you, Marcos.
welcome. We are discussing about technology and traceability, transparency in the mining sector. Minex, as a company that is piloting digital traceability and trading in the mining sector here in Rwanda. You are trying to give access to markets, capital, and expertise to our mining companies. Can you share your insights on the platform and the envisaged impacts for ongoing journey of digitalizing the mining sector?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. So at Minex, our model is quite simple. We purchase the minerals and we use our technology platform to manage the due diligence, the traceability, and to build trust in the last mile supply chains. It is this that we've been piloting here in Rwanda. We feel due diligence and traceability are really important in the commodity sector. But what's equally important is bringing capital to develop the mines and to build the mines of tomorrow. And the reality is that if there is no data, there is no trust, and there is no investment. So we see our role as one, obviously to manage the supply chain risks among due diligence and traceability, but secondly to see how we can make use of all of that data that the mines are producing in order to unlock capital to flow, to develop, and to create the mines of the future. So it's really about how do you create trust using that technology and using the data that's already being captured but maybe not fully utilized.
Thank you very much. We are ready to receive a few questions from the audience. And I know you are all interested in embracing technology, which is part of our theme of the current mining week. So anyone with a question? Or everything is clear? Everything is clear. Very good to hear that. Oh, yes. The microphone, please. On the first row. Please, quickly.
I thought someone else would ask a question, but if there's none, let me just, and it's, I don't know who should answer this, but it's something I struggle with often on traceability. So we are often told that it is the principle of linking the traceability to consumer protection, right? That's been the principle of it. But then I ask myself, our miners are still struggling, even when you trace the minerals, right? You know the source. Then we trace it up to a certain point, because the real money is not being made, even in Rwanda. I think the discussion that we've had this morning spoke to that. And I think the challenge to the panel is, it cannot just continue being business as usual. Because if on one hand we are here struggling, scratching our heads, saying, how do we retain some of these forex in country? Then on the side of certification, it seems that, it's almost like a checklist. So long as we will confirm that the minerals were traced and that there's a beautiful seal around the minerals, then it's almost like to say the work is done. Yet we know the work is not done. And I think part of these conversations should push the agenda beyond what we are covering as of today in terms of certification, and really understanding how do we start really questioning where the money is being made to also protect that miner. It's not just protecting, the end user seems to be the consumer, but surely the value chain starts from the source of the mine. And that is a challenge that I think should also feature in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. I think, yes, I see that Marcus and Michael all have answers to that. Let's start with Marcus.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that it's an essential point that you make. Today, the existing data is being used for compliance, but that data can be used for so much more. It can be used to create differentiated solder products. We could have a made in Rwanda solder that can be differentiated and sold to different consumers. Because if you look at what's happening in the news, I read an article yesterday on BBC News, and it was saying that some of the sort of 20-year-olds on TikTok are now refusing to use vapes, not because of the impact on their health, but because of the situations around the mining of the cobalt in the vape batteries. So there is demand from consumers for differentiated products where you can prove and have the traceability back to the welfare of the miners or of the situations where those minerals are from. There is the demand. And we have the data from the supply. Now it is merely a matter of connecting those two markets in order to create something where the value can flow from the consumers to the producers. And so I completely agree with you. I think that's really what we look to do in our model, is to see how we make more value from the data that's used not only for compliance, but in investment, in improving standards of the mines, and in creating more transparency and accountability throughout the supply chain.
Yes, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I mean, you touch extremely fundamental questions here. And there is the first point I would like to highlight. You're absolutely right. The value is for the end users who benefit from minerals that have been responsibly sourced. Now, the problem is, it is strictly impossible for an end user to know from which country his product come from. It doesn't work, right? Because the way the supply chain works, as you noted, we will trace minerals up to a certain point, the smelter point, and we lose traceability. Post-smelter, you will have many different tiers, meaning that an end user, a producer of cell phone, computer, car, will have no possibility to say, strictly speaking, my product comes or includes mineral from that country. That doesn't work. And that's exactly some of the issue we're trying to raise, because you talk about costs, you talk about certification. We do not certify minerals. That's exactly the point. We do not want to certify. We want companies to take their responsibility to look after the way minerals were produced and to promote responsible sourcing. And this is what we do upstream. And I believe, and that's what you're mentioning here, this is what should be emphasized much more downstream for the end users. Now we have a discrepancy, and that's something ITSCI has been raising for many years already, a discrepancy around who bears responsibility. And unfortunately, today, the responsibility is borne by the upstream sector. And this is why what we do, 99% of our costs is borne by the upstream sector. And you will only have a tiny, tiny little drop downstream who will participate. Yet the possibility is there. Every downstream user has the opportunity to engage and to support interventions holistically, without knowing that necessarily their product will include minerals, but the likelihood is very high. We know because you have a lot of certain minerals that come from that part of the world. So this possibility is there, but there is no readiness, and that's something we tried and we will continue to address in international forums, where I believe that RMB and the Rwandan government has a voice as well, like at OECD forum, where you have downstream and upstream meeting, to have a more responsible distribution of due diligence costs and a much more involvement from the downstream sector. So it's a very complex question, but that's something we are also actively supporting, because at the end of the day, you're right, the work that we do here is benefiting end users without the end users fairly contributing to that work. And that's some of the constraints we are facing, unfortunately, still today.
Thank you very much, Michael. Dr. Ivan, we've seen incredible changes at the RMB. I remember a few years ago, everything was paper-based. But since a few years, now all the correspondences are through emails. We are seeing that licenses, certificates are issued through a digital system. Fees are paid through electronic systems. What else is the RMB planning to digitize more and more services, and what should the mining industry players be prepared to for the near future?
Thank you, Evod. So we have a project going on at the moment, financed by the European Union, and we are working on it with GIZ as a partner. On that project, we have two pillars related to technology. So we are building an internal platform where all the information in mining will be accessible, including geological data, but companies will have to pay to get access. And where information on all the companies, including on our side, the access on report, on inspection of each company, to see if you are on date in terms of paying your fees. So that's a platform which will cover everything. We used to joke saying that it will be like Irembo in mining sector. That's one component. And the second one is the blockchain technology we are already working on. As my colleague from ITSCI said, it's like when you have a car and you want to move from point A to point B. So we'll not be changing the route, which is now, route is regulation, is all the procedures and the due diligence, as you said. But we'll find a way to go quicker by using technology, because we can't go without technology now. In addition to that, as Marcus said, the possibility also to get international payment through the same platform or using the same data will be an option. And lastly, on this kind of technology, we want to make sure that the burden of the cost, the traceability cost to the company, reduce, because that's the reason why the technology comes in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are about to end our session, but before concluding, I would like to ask our panelists to tell us briefly, what should we take home on how mining operators should be ready to responding to these digital technology changes, and what is the institution you are representing doing? So, Mr. Bien-Aimé, what should be our take-home?
Thank you so much, Evode. The take-home should be that technology is not the enemy. Change can be very hard to adapt to, and sometimes most of us are afraid of change, but it comes with a lot of advantages, most of which was discussed here and during seminars in the morning, that will enhance efficiency, will help us reduce the costs at some point, will help us be more productive, and so on and so forth. At RCS Global, when we talk about traceability, as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't go alone. It goes hand in hand with other activities that support the community of miners, and also the whole upstream, I would say the whole upstream landscape. But it doesn't stop there. We work on multiple other products that will even bring the light to the little trace minerals that we have here in Rwanda or elsewhere to the global to the global market. Today, when we talk about electric cars, when we talk about products that come from the downstream, at least at some point we'll be able to say, on this particular product, we've traced, even if it's 0.005%, but it was traced and we know where it is coming from, right? So it's not, we're not going to stop at only issuing traceability reports, but going far and beyond. And to the community, don't be afraid of these changes, because these changes is what will basically help us to go even further, to make more money, to impact more communities, to solve more challenges. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dear Marcus, what should we take home?
Thank you very much, Evode. At Minex, we have a phrase that we use, which is serve the source. So we focus our business on how we can serve the source being the mines and the miners. And we believe that mines in Rwanda should consider how can the traceability system and the data that they have about their mine, how can it help them? How can the data help them to build a better business? And the two key ways of that is how can it help them to communicate what practices they're doing so that they can get a better price? And secondly, how can they use that to build trust in their operations so they can get access to investment to grow their business? And I think we need to flip slightly how we think of the data. Because if you had made a bet against data in transforming industries over the last 20 years, it would have been a foolish decision. And I think we will see a big transformation in this sector driven by the source, the mines and the miners, taking ownership over that data and trying to create value from it through better prices and investment. So that would be my key thing, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael.
Well, my takeaway would be, I mean, if I speak to mining companies who may be engaged with ITSKI already in Rwanda, the first takeaway is that they will see changes coming with electronic data collection rolled out at the beginning of next year. So this is about to start, and that will increase access to data and increase transparency in that regard. Now, the second takeaway is that companies should also do their homework, right? Again, traceability should not and cannot come at the expense of due diligence. And companies need to understand that, and they need to understand the system they work with. And for us, we are very pleased to have completed a second alignment assessment to the OECD guidance, being evaluated for the second time, and being independently recognized by an independent expert as fully aligned with the guidance, which speaks to the credibility of the system they are using. And companies need to understand that, need to look into that, need to look into how a system works, what are the improvements of that system, what should they do to fill those gaps that may exist, how to understand the strengths. This is also that way that you can demonstrate the value of your business, right? If you want to speak to investors, if you want to have access to finance, to me, that also goes primarily through that, by demonstrating that they use a system that is fully aligned, that is credible, recognized internationally as being credible, and yet they will need to continue proactively engaging. And the third and final takeaway is that we will be there to support via training, capacity building, engagement, stakeholder engagement, everything that technology will not fulfill, and that will be and is and will remain at the core of our interventions to support the mining sector in Rwanda.
Thank you very much. So I hear that we should not be afraid of changes. Technology is the way to go, but due diligence will continue to be at the core of everything that we do. And what I also got is that we should do our homework. We are collecting a lot of data. How can we use those data to improve our businesses? So our final takeaways will be from Dr. Ivan.
Thank you so much. So my last one is simple. I will take from what my colleague from ITSCI said. As long as you add value, the traceability is completely lost. You no longer have a sense of traceability for one only reason. It's like cooking. When you get coltan from Ethiopia, from Congo, Tanzania, you put everything in one furnace. The finished product is made in the refinery where you are doing it. The reason why I'm talking about this, when Africa will start adding value locally with refineries and smelter, we will end up finding that all the current traceability mechanisms we are using today have no sense. And I want to give you an example. We're joking during lunch. The current refinery of tantalum, when it will open up beginning next year officially, the supplier of coltan from Rwanda, who will be supplying the refinery, will no longer need to have any traceability cost, because the refinery have a blockchain technology in-house, which is certified by RMI already, and they will no longer need to charge any cost for traceability for the supplier. So this is a good example of what would happen if we start adding value locally and exporting finished products from Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please, a round of applause to our distinguished panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. I think our next session is the closing remarks. And I would like to invite our dear CEO of the Rwanda Mining Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I don't need to go up there. It's very short. I think I overspoke today. Just to thank everyone for having attended the sessions. I hope you found them of value. I hope you've learned and enhanced your passion for this sector. A lot to do. It's clear that each one of the panels personally brought to me a bit more homework on the journey ahead. Good news is I think we've reached a good step, but there's work to do. From the comments in the morning, I think I can only re-emphasize the need that our miners have got to do the right investment. Even abacukuzi bato, gucukura ni umwuga. Ntabwo twakomeza gucukura nk'uko twacukuraga kera. Umusaruro urimo uriyongera ariko ntabwo bihagije. Ariko namwe murabizi tumaze igihe tubiganiraho, ahandi ni ukudufasha abashaka gukora aka kazi cyangwa abashaka gushora imari bayashore. Ni nka abongereza baravuga ngo you cannot be half pregnant, right? Either you're not pregnant or you're pregnant. And then really, reka mbabwire, niba turi mu bucukuzi, it's not with one leg in and another one out. You know, you go in full in, fully equipped, and then we can move forward. And then on the value chain, I mean, we talked, particularly the last panel discussed, I think, beyond the gains of the value that you add and the price that you get from adding value, there's also the benefit of skipping this whole certification issue. But then again, for those adding values, I don't know if they are here, the smelter, oh, you're there, okay. Make it easy also, right? Make it easy, talk to the suppliers so that they see value in doing business with yourselves. Because oftentimes we focus so much on the miners feeding the refineries, but again, it's a two-way approach, right? They have to see value in doing business with PowerX, with Luna. So Mudufashe, work with us so that next year, for those who will be around, it can be even an enhanced story of success. PowerX was showing us the derivatives, how we could be not only exporting the tantalum, niobium, but the fertilizer through the phosphate, turning it into fertilizer. Now you can imagine how this could add even more value, reduce our balance of payment, and indeed feed yet another sector, which is the agricultural sector. We didn't touch on this before. Often we speak of the mining sector feeding the technology, batteries and telephones and whatnot. But here we're talking about feeding the agricultural sector. And I think if nothing else, it enhances the value of the mining sector. And so, since you're in this room, understanding the power which lies in this sector, but again, one which requires us to really pull in our muscles, our energy, our resources, so that next year could be even a bigger celebration. So with those few remarks, I thank you again very much. I know there is a reception very nearby, so don't exit yet. This is another opportunity to interact with those present. So thank you very much, and we're together again tomorrow and Wednesday.
urw'imisozi y'igihumbi zari heza umutima urahahora niho nkomoka ni ku isoko ni mu Rwanda rwacu ni ku ivuko nta na hamwe nageze haruta iwacu nagenze henshi amahanga menshi ibihugu n'ibihugu byo ku isi yose hamwe nisanze mpita iwacu ariko twe ishema ryacu ni ugukunda igihugu cyiza nk'iki twaraswe igihugu cyacu ni umutungo nibwo butunzi butagereranywa u Rwanda ni rushya kuba mu mahanga iyo bitinze biradogera iyo ufite inkomoko yawe igihugu cyiza abakerarugendo bahora barwanira kugisura barakaza neza n'amahoro iwacu i Rwanda bajye mu gisope babyine bakeshe umuziki w'ubu n'impara za kera barakaza neza karibu iwacu we welcome imbere home yogozo baca umugani